Honorable Douglas, you better answer your phone because I can see you.
Platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Platform, can you hear me?
You audible.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honourable members, as you may now all be aware, we received the sad news of the tragic passing of the Honourable Ketamambala Petros Sitole on Saturday, 31 May 2025. On behalf of the presiding officers, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family, his political party and friends. A condolence motion for Honourable Sitole will be scheduled at an appropriate time. May we please rise to observe a moment of silence for Honourable Sitole. Thank you. Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC want to reiterate the call made by President Cyril Ramaphosa to the private sector to capitalize on the South Africa's 1.3 trillion public infrastructure pipeline, urging investors to take advantage of sweeping regulatory reforms designed to accelerate public-private partnership. At the close of the two-day Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium of South Africa in Cape Town, the President stated that the government was fast-tracking approval processes to make it easier for private capital to plug into the country's infrastructure rollout. Some of the reforms will make it easier for public-private partnership and at a value of 2 billion to gain approval. This will significantly reduce the procedural complexity of implementing public-private projects. The launch of the second edition of the Construction Book 2024-2025 by the Infrastructure South Africa outlined 250 projects valued at 238 billion. This is a new record for public investment in roads, in energy, in water, in logistics, and other infrastructure. The capital value of strategic integrated projects has surged.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired. The DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During my recent oversight visit to a public health facility in KZN, I encountered a system buckling under immense pressure. The hospital, designated as an ideal clinic, is anything but that. It serves 40 walk-in patients daily, yet is critically under-resourced. Many clinics have shut down in the surrounding areas, adding unsustainable pressure on the facility and the district hospital, which now absorbs over 40 patient referrals daily, including 600 childbirths a month. The maternal and pediatric units are overrun, staffed by only 10 medical officers and obstetrics when at least 5 consultants are needed. The facility serves 20 outpatients per day with generally waiting time of 3 hours, often extending to 8 hours due to network failures and inadequate doctor-to-patient ratios, 2 doctors in casualty instead of 4, managing 42 red-coded emergency cases by 10 a.m. alone. The mental health unit houses 41 patients, yet the ward infrastructure has collapsed, requiring 71 million in renovations. Medical equipment is outdated and the Vula system is ineffective. Despite 52 critical posts, there is no budget for appointments, only 2 professional nurses and 4 staff members managing 60 to 70 children daily, with doctors relying on interns to sustain services. The system is failing the people it's meant to serve. It is time for urgent intervention.
Thank you, Honourable
and
Member.
decisive
Your time has
leadership. I
expired.
thank you.
The MK.
There is a new and unspoken about banking mafia in town. It doesn't wear paragloves or carry guns. It wears suits, holds home loan contracts, and hides behind the Reserve Bank protection. Our people are drowning in debt, not because they live beyond their means, but because commercial banks design the system to bleed them dry. Banks like FNB are converting short-term debt into long-term bondage, manipulating interest rate, and repossessing homes without mercy. all while the Reserve Bank sits quietly guarding profits over justice. How many South Africans have lost jobs, cars, and future because of unchecked financial bullying? The MK Party demands the immediate establishment of a People's Banking Tribunal, an end to automated garnish orders, and full transparency on loan to asset convergence. We also repeat our call to nationalize the Reserve Bank. No private institution should control the economic destination of a sovereign people. The Speaker, the debt is the new apartheid and the banks are the architect. MK will not rest until this chain is broken.
The ANC.
Not a day goes without incidents of gender-based violence being reported in this country. The ANC views this as a pandemic, and it seems that a war has been waged against women and children of this country. Last week, we all heard of the killing of a 30-year-old Olerato Mongale, whose body was found near Lombardy, north of Johannesburg. She had gone on a date with her alleged killer, who collected her from her home and later killed her and dumped her body in the field. 3 suspects were identified, and the main suspect was killed in a shootout with the police on Friday morning. Gauteng police are also investigating a similar case after a 39-year-old woman was found dumped in Catherine Street in Sandton on the 8th of May. It is clear that women of this country live under constant fear of violence. And most often, they are being targeted by those whom are considered to be their friends and family. As the ANC, we will not be silent about these atrocities. We must stand together to fight this scourge, and we will no longer be silent. We deserve to live without, or they deserve to live without constant fear and constant harassment. They need a combination of responses to curb the scourge, which includes improving prevention programs.
Thank you,
with men
Honourable
and
Member.
boys.
Your time has
you.
expired. The EFF.
Speaker, it is with deep sorrow and anger that I rise on behalf of the EFF to raise our outrage about the brutal murder of innocent children who were killed in KZN at Dalton. These children were killed by a white racist farmer who claimed to have seen animals when he saw 3 black girls who were walking home, getting from school. The lives of Zinhle, Amahle, and Mbali, who were 12, 13, and 14 years old, were cut short by a descendant of Satan. Not only did these people inherit stolen land from their father, Jan van Riebeeck, they also inherited hate for Black people. This is not an isolated incident. It is a pattern of legacy of white supremacy. We reiterate our call as the EFF and our firm stance against racism and call for justice, accountability, and the return of the land to our people. For as long as the legacy of white supremacy exists in this country, we shall continue to chant, kill the Boer, kill the farmer.
The IFP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Violent crime has become a hallmark of our daily lives, marked by ruthless attacks by criminals who bottle room our streets with no fear, and by a justice system that far too often fails to deliver justice. We've become so numb to the bloodshed that we hardly flinch anymore, but we should be screaming in outrage. Every day, millions of South Africans wake up with a lump in their stomachs, wondering if they or their children will make it through the day untouched. Honourable Speaker, the IFP knows that a pain of losing loved ones to violent crimes. We've buried our fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. We've mourned, we have wept, and we have carried the heavy burden of loss. We will not stand idle by why our people suffer. We will not relent in our call to prioritize the fight against crime. Without security, there is no jobs. Without security, there is no investment. Without security, there can be no hope. Let us act now before more lives are stolen. before more dreams are shattered, and before the very soul of our nation is lost to the scourge of crime. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In his response to questions in the House, the President bemoaned a scant presence of Black people in the patterns of ownership of assets, as well as in the managerial echelons of companies that are listed on the stock exchange, with the result of undermining the objectives of social cohesion, nation building, the quality of life and well-being of the majority of South Africans. The ANC believes firmly and irrevocably in social justice, real equality, and the dignity of all South Africans. In particular, it believes in gender equality, whose suppression was fostered and deepened decades upon decades of national, racial, and class exploitation. 2025 marks 70 years of the Freedom Charter, and the ANC believes that those who manipulate our legal and constitutional order by litigating frivolously and vexatiously against transformation to subvert the vision of the Freedom Charter must be exposed for who they are, erstwhile beneficiaries of institutionalized racism, who seek to serve the abominable old wine of white privilege in new skins of our constitutional order. I thank you.
The PA.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Patriotic Alliance would like to address the House and deliver a member statement that is not often addressed. That is the needs of the youth of South Africa. Soon we will commemorate Youth Day. We remember the brave sacrifices of the youth of 1976 who fought for freedom and a better future. Yet, while we honor their legacy, we must confront a painful reality. Millions of young South Africans today face unemployment, despair, and a lack of skills development opportunities. The statistics are alarming. Over 46% of our youth are unemployed, and many more are trapped in precarious, informal work without prospect for growth. This is not just an economic crisis. It is a betrayal of dreams of those who marched in 1976. We call on this government to urgently intervene with tangible solutions, expand skills development programs through accelerated investment in TVET colleges, apprenticeship, and digital training, support youth entrepreneurship with accessible funding, mentorship, and reduce bureaucratic barriers for MMMEs. Fast-track the youth employment services, yes, initiative and ensure partnership with the private sector create sustainable jobs. Declare youth unemployment a national crisis and establish a coordinated multi-sectoral plan with measurable targets. Speaker, our youth cannot wait any longer.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
But we demand action,
The DA.
accountability, and urgency to give.
Honourable
youth-
Member, your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Today, I rise to address the persistent failures of Plenary municipality to deliver services to the residents of the VAR. This is a gross violation of human rights and a complete disregard of the concerns and frustrations of the people who are already struggling to get by. It must be brought to the attention of this House that the dismal state of service delivery, rampant mismanagement of municipal funds, and the ongoing crisis of sewer spillages, water shortages, and wasteful expenditure is resulting in unacceptable living conditions for the residents of the Vaal. Not only are they being forced to live in squalor, but they are being made to pay an exorbitant price for a delinquent local government authority. This obvious dissatisfaction has been raised through ward committee engagements, IDP forums, complaints submitted by the residents to official departments, and quite recently, a submission by the Democratic Alliance to the Human Rights Commission, asking for an investigation into the ongoing human rights violations faced by the residents of Mfuleni. How is it that 640 million of MIGs was returned back to Treasury? There is money which was supposed to have assisted with service delivery issues, and this is a clear indication that there is no political will by the municipality to fix any of the challenges of Mfuleni. Chapter 7 of the Constitution clearly affirms the rights of every citizen to enjoy access to basic services, which includes clean water, sanitation, and a safe environment. However, in Mfuleni, that is all but a fallacy. I urge the Honorable Minister of Kokta and my fellow members of the National Assembly to support this call to action and intervene in restoring good governance in Emfuleni. The people of the Vaal deserve a dignified life free from the burden of inadequate service delivery failures. I thank you.
The FF Plus. The FF Plus. Does not seem that there is a statement. We proceed. The ANC.
The by-elections held on Wednesday, the 28th of May, affirms the ANC's continued relevance as a people's movement, as we successfully defended 3 seats in 3 different provinces. We thank the people of Ward 9, Namagoy in the Northern Cape, Ward 5, Kokama in the Eastern Cape, and Ward 16, Ngwate in the Free State for their continued support. We salute them for the loyalty that made the victory possible. The results reflected more than just electoral victories, but reaffirmation of our values and an endorsement of the ongoing work of renewal across our structures and communities. These victories are a result of tireless groundwork by ANC volunteers, branch structures, and community organizers who kept the flame of the movement burning in every street, in every village, and every township. We commit ourselves to honoring the renewal mandate by serving with humility, discipline, and unwavering dedication to improving the lives of our people. The ANC remained rooted where the people are. I thank you.
The MK.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What are we really celebrating this Youth Month? For millions of young people, June is not a month for hope. It is a cruel reminder of broken promises. They carry degrees that they can't use, dreams they can't fund, talents no one will pay for. Instead of standing in lecture halls, boardrooms, they stand in long queues for jobs that don't exist, for 350 grants that can't buy bread, for buses to interviews that lead to nowhere. Deputy Speaker, more than 60% of our youth are unemployed. That is not a statistic, that is a national disgrace. And while they suffer in silence, the so-called leaders speak of innovation hubs and entrepreneurship, buzzwords with no budget, no infrastructure, no plan. The MK party says, stop insulting our youth with recycled speeches and photo ops. Declare youth unemployment as a national disaster. Use the state, like in the past, to create real jobs, real training, and real futures. June 16 was not for hashtags. It was for justice. Until we honor that, there's nothing to celebrate. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters is deeply concerned about the abandoned and unfinished sports complex at Hama Mpoko village in Skukune region, located in Ephraim Mohale local municipality, Limpopo province. This facility was intended to provide much needed recreational space for young people and to serve as a community-based intervention against crime, drug abuse, and juvenile delinquency. Instead, the site now stands as a symbol of government neglect and broken promises. The service provider appointed to construct one complex abandoned the project, and since then, the facility has been left to rot. Originally budgeted at 6 million in 2018, the cost ballooned to 37 million with no tangible progress. This drastic escalation raises serious concern about maladministration and corruption. The Limpopo Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Ephraim Mohale local municipality failed to appoint a new capable contractor and to hold those responsible for this wasteful and irregular expenditure legally accountable. Communities are now made to suffer because of greed and incompetence. Public funds must serve public interest, not enrich the few. The youth of Hamapoho deserve better. We demand justice and swift action now. Thank you.
The ANC.
Is it me?
The ANC.
According to the latest public health bulletin, South Africa surveillance report, rapists remains a significant public health in the country, particularly in Eastern Cape, KZN, and Limpopo. Rabies is a viral disease transmitted primarily through the saliva of infected animals, mostly commonly dogs, via bites, scratches, or contact. And the mucous membrane. The ANC thus wants to stress the need to increase public awareness about the ongoing threats of rabies. Most human rabies cases are linked to the dog bites, and the disease is almost always fatal once symptoms appear. Every pet owner has a responsibility to help reduce rabies risk by ensuring their pets are vaccinated. While rabies is nearly 100% fatal, the National Institute for Communicable Disease says it is preventable through timely exposure treatment in humans. We call for a stronger collaboration between the veterinary and human health sector under one health approach, aiming to reduce incidence of rabies and move South Africa closer to its goal of 0 human deaths from dog-mediated rabies by 2030. I thank you.
DA.
Honourable Speaker, the Public Investment Corporation manages the Government Employee Pension Fund. In 2020, a commission of inquiry into the Public Investment Corporation exposed significant failures and made 377 recommendations to fix the problems, recover losses, hold delinquent directors responsible, and restore public trust. It's now 5 years later, and there have been scant prosecutions, scant recovery of the billions lost, and scant public accountability. On top of this, the Minister of Finance refuses to provide a progress report on the basis that investigations are ongoing, and disclosure may disadvantage current and future legal action. This is a flimsy cover-up for the government's abject failure to hold negligent, corrupt directors to account. The recommendations of the Commission have been in the public domain for 5 years. The public has a right to know that law enforcement is doing its job. The DA has submitted an application under the Public Access to Information Act to compel National Treasury to provide a detailed, transparent update. The DA will not stand by idly when the retirement savings of government employees have been abused and those who are responsible for this abuse are not being held to account. I thank you.
The ANC. The ANC.
The ANC commend the Ubuhle Bezwe local municipality in Uqobo, southwest of KZN province, for renaming the municipality after the ANC struggle hero Johannes Pumani Pungula. Comrade Pungula was a disciplined freedom fighter who contributed immensely to the liberation of the Black people, both as the party member and Umkhonto weSizwe MK commander in exile. The ANC, we are inspired and wish to commend the municipality for its decision to honor this struggle veteran. The Comrade Pungula, who was known as Pass4 in ANC circle, was born and raised in Hlokozi village outside Ikopo. He joined the struggle in the 60s and led a local pass defiance campaign. He was arrested and spent 2 years in jail. After his release, he was instructed to leave the country and join the Umkhonto weSizwe army wing. Outside the country, while in exile in Swaziland, he was appointed as the army commander. He received army training in Russia and other African countries. He returned home in 1991 after the unban of the ANC. We call all ANC cadres to emulate Comrade Pungula by conducting themselves in a disciplined manner and avoid controversy, particularly corruption. I thank you.
Al Jamal. Al Jamal. No statement. We proceed. That then concludes members' statements. Are there any
Chairperson, Deputy
ministerial...
Speaker, I've had my hand up at Steve Swart from the platform.
Honourable Swart, are you rising on a point of order?
Yes, there appears to be a degree of confusion with the lists of parties that should have made statements today. But I trust that we'll be able to, as well, sort this out. A number of parties were called that weren't on the list that we circulated as smaller parties. But we can probably resolve that outside of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity, Honourable Swart. We will indeed look into that matter. because there were now two parties that did not do statements. We will now proceed to ministerial responses.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
A very good afternoon to you, Deputy Speaker and members of Parliament.
Honourable Deputy Minister, I am still busy with the list to see which ministers and deputy ministers will respond, so please just wait a second. Are there any ministerial responses? I will start in the House. Honourable Schreiber.
I sent it last week already.
Honourable Swart, please mute. That's the only minister in the House. Then we will have a look on the virtual platform. We will start with the Honourable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to honourable members. I'd like to respond to the member statement regarding youth unemployment and more broadly economic growth. I think the latest numbers, economic growth numbers that came out today should be a cause of great concern for all of us. And it is now absolutely the right time to table a very urgent economic growth package in this country. We cannot delay serious, deep structural reforms any further. The foundation is in place in many regards, but I think if these numbers from today, including the 0.1% economic growth rate, do not spur us into action, then nothing will. So I want to agree with the honourable member that we have absolutely no time to lose. We have no reason to delay any further, and that it is now the moment to very seriously and urgently accelerate structural economic reform to create jobs and grow the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to Minister Majordina.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members in the House. Honourable Speaker, let me respond to the statement by Honourable Dlelanga. It is true that the infrastructure development must be able to assist us to provide the bulk water infrastructure, to provide road infrastructure. Indeed, as the Department of Water and Sanitation, we are already working with the private sector. For instance, the mining companies in Limpopo as well as in Northern Cape, we are in partnership as I speak, where we are providing water to those mines, but also to the communities in those areas. If we could ensure that we seal the working relationship between us as government and the private sector, we'll be able to move some steps in terms of ensuring that there is a proper infrastructure that benefit our people, that is going to develop our own people. I thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I now move to Minister Mchunu.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. My greetings to my colleagues in the National Assembly. I welcome the three comments that were made. The first one in relation to Ms. Mongale.
Honourable Mananga. Honourable members, please mute your devices. Minister, please proceed.
The matter of Ms. Mongale, it grabbed the attention of everybody, the whole nation in South Africa. And we all remained speechless about that incident and the manner in which it happened and the people who were behind it, to a young lady who was innocent and meaning just to take an appointment with a person that she trusted. as you would be aware, we very quickly established a multidisciplinary team here in Gauteng. And the team, in no time, were able to trace the culprits. And they then followed that these people had driven to KZN immediately after the murder. And they followed, the whole team went down to KZN and met with a team there in KZN. And it all resulted into the main culprit being identified. And he then got neutralized when we stood up against police instead of walking to the police station as we had advised. And we are then following the second one, who was still at large, but we will find him. And we're still encouraging him to go to the nearest police station. Whether the rumor is correct that he has gone to another country, is neither here nor there. We will find him. Similarly, we were saddened by another tragedy of a 39-year-old woman, as the member indicated. Again, the suspect has been positively identified, and the manhunt is underway. I may as well mention the recent incident in Katlehong, where a member of parliament, our colleague, perished in the hands of a criminal in a meeting of the IFP. Again, police are on his heels, and we're hoping for an arrest as soon as possible. And
thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Minister Kubai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let's appreciate the members for the statements. I think Minister Mkhunu has dealt with the issue around gender-based violence. I think as Justice Cluster, both from the police and the Justice Department and Constitutional Development, we remain committed to ensuring that we create a safer environment for our children and women in particular. We therefore request that we continue to work together in partnership, all of us, to ensure that we can create safer communities. And that work is jointly, as we have announced, 90-day of action plan within the JCPS. The second issue, Deputy Speaker, that I want to speak to is the issue around law enforcement agencies being able to do the work in terms of corruption in the country. I think Honourable Member has raised concern around the PIC, but broadly, just work that is being done. And I must say that quite a lot of work has been done. You would have heard even the Minister of Finance during his budget talking about how we've been able to recover using the asset forfeiture units, billions that have been lost into the state, out of the state, have been recovered by various institutions, including from those that are companies that have been taking money. So the work continues, consolidated. I think what is important for us is not to interfere with the processes, but to allow law enforcement agencies to have space to do their work and provide report. I don't think that the approach of asking the Minister of Finance to intervene on law enforcement agencies is correct. If you are asking questions to Minister of Finance, who has no mandate to deal with issues of corruption and fighting crime in the country, and those questions should be directed to JCPS, but also to institutions that are relevant, because then you're sort of giving interference relevance to minister, or asking the minister to go and interfere with investigations of which are done by law enforcement agencies. I thought I should caution in that. Welcome the work that has been done by those on the ground for the ANC in ensuring that we consistently ensure that the ANC remains in present as by-elections have been able to be communicated, and winning those by-elections means a lot, especially in those 3 provinces. And we urge South Africans to continue to support the African National Congress, but more so be able to have confidence that the tide will turn, service delivery will be improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Meth.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We welcome the statements that talked on the issue of the high rate of unemployment. And we agree that the situation is alarming and it cannot be left unattended. We want to raise the issue that if we look at the recent quarterly labor survey report.
Honourable Minister, could you just pause for a while? There is a point of order in the House.
Thank you,
Honourable Reddy.
Chairperson. I just wanted to know who is the person that's speaking. We've never seen her before. She's the Minister of what? Thank you.
Honourable Member, that is the Minister of Labour, of Employment. Thank you. We proceed. My apologies, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dagmore.
Speaker, if I could just address you on a point of order. I think we have now become used to what can only be described as frivolous points of order by the honourable member. And I just want to register my concern about frivolous points of order. It had nothing to do with whether he knows the minister or not. It was simply frivolous and petty.
Honourable Dagmore. Honourable members, your concern is noted, and I do suggest that that matter be taken up in the Rules Committee, which would be the appropriate place. Honourable Minister Meth, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I was still saying, having received the first quarter for 2025 Labour Force Survey report, it is
Order, Honourable
also,
Members.
It is
Honourable
really
members.
concerning.
Order. My apologies, Minister. Honourable members, please allow everyone to hear what the Minister has to say. Honourable Minister Meth, please proceed.
No, we apologize, Speaker, but we honestly don't know the minister.
Honourable,
That's a fact.
Honourable, that is not a point of order. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Maybe it's because they always see the minister physically. They don't know how to see through the screen. I'm saying, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are appreciating the fact that when you look at the numbers, at least the number of the graduates who are unemployed is at 11.7%, which shows that the more we ensure that our young ones access the universities and the higher education and training institutions, the more the issue can be dealt with. Because if you look at the numbers as compared to those who don't have the matric or have matric, is 39.0% for those who have got less than matric and 34.9% for those with matric, as compared to the 11% of those who are graduates. It talks to the issue of the sluggish economic growth. We welcome the pronouncement by the Minister of Treasury in terms of the budget of 1 trillion rand to ensure that we inject some money on infrastructure so that there can be improvement in the economic growth through the growth of infrastructure. Again, the issue of the demand-led skills, it's an issue that we are working collaboratively with the private sector to ensure that all that we are providing to our young ones in the form of skills, it is what is needed by the economy, in particular, the labor market. Also, as the department, we are intervening through the preservation of jobs through TERS and BTNR, and also having some intervention on the public employment programs in the form of LAB. But it is also important that we say the need category of our youth contributes a bigger share to the unemployment, hence the need for collaborative efforts between government and private sector. We also appreciate the resolution by the Cabinet to approve the National Labour Migration Policy and the ESAP, which is the Employment Services Amendment Bill, to ensure that we prioritize jobs for South Africans, and also appeal that the issue of employment equity is another area where we must open up space for those who are qualifying to be in the top management.
Minister, your
and
time has
senior
expired.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The last ministerial response will be Deputy Minister Masemola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament. I would like to comment firstly on the statement with regard to Enfuleni. We are fully conscious of the situation in that area and working together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, the provincial COGTA, both MISA, our entity, and as well as Rainwater. They are on the ground, hard at work, attending to the infrastructure-related matters on water, and as well as sanitation in some of the informal settlements that do have some of those difficult situations. In fact, on the 15th of May, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I attended a municipal service delivery and revenue enhancement meet that was attended by various stakeholders in that city, including business. And we've agreed on a very clear action plan and a program as to how best do we mobilize the entirety of government, led by the Interministerial Committee on Service Delivery and Intervention in Local Government Municipalities. So that program is basically unfolding quite very closely. But at the political level, the Interministerial Committee that is led by both ourselves and on normality with regard to water infrastructure, as I said, related to other matters of sanitation. We have agreed to go back to the municipality before the end of June for a much more close engagement for us to be able to develop a action plan that will be widely monitored by the INC as we seek to stabilize that city in line with Section 154 of the Constitution. We're doing all these endeavors working very closely with the provincial government of Gauteng and the MEC of COGTA in particular. So that is not necessarily unusual to us. We are quite familiar with that situation, and therefore we are on the ground working very hard, very closely to work towards stabilizing that city. That is the first comment that I wanted to make with regard to the statements. But the second one is with regard to the Ephraim Mohali municipality, where there is a reference of a sports complex at Mampocho village in Skukune. We will closely attend to this matter and most probably, give an appropriate time. So we'll be able to follow up on this matter very closely. The third one, I think it was just of a stalwart of our movement, who a municipality was renamed after him in KwaZulu-Natal. Is highly commended. It's basically a recognition of his unwavering commitment to the struggle for freedom and democracy.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Your time has expired.
Acknowledged. Thank you so much.
That concludes ministerial responses. Honourable Ntlangwini, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think we'll have to somewhat change the rules when it comes to member statements in terms of ministerial responses, because we had two statements, and if we're going to get just clumsy responses like that, it doesn't serve the purpose of us submitting member statements and taking all of this from our constituencies and not getting a proper response. You have been ministers that have replied to the same member statement, 2 or 3 replied to the same member statement. So something needs to give. They have to coordinate amongst each other who is going to take what member statement, so that we don't have a repetition of them answering to the same member statement and other parties don't see that the member statements are getting the answers that they are deserving. But we will take this further to the sub-rules committee and the rules committee to have a look into it, because I think member statements is a core function of this house, and we ought to have ministers here physically in the house responding to it. And maybe perhaps that is why we only have 2 ministers physically in the house, and there's a lack of coordination in terms of who is answering to what. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ntlangwini. And as you've indicated, the correct platform is the sub-rules committee and the rules committee. We will now proceed. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of older persons Amendment Bill and of report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development thereon.
The Honorable B.S. Masango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Older Persons Amendment Bill we are considering today was introduced in the National Assembly on the 3rd of May, 2022. It was processed by the Portfolio Committee and passed by the National Assembly on the 9th of May, 2024, and transmitted to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The bill lapsed at the end of the 6th Parliament and was revived by the NCOP in the 7th Parliament. The NCOP made amendments and passed the amended bill on the 10th of December 2024. That bill was then referred to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development to report to the National Assembly on its concurrence. To process the bill, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development received a presentation from the Parliamentary Legal Advisor on the context of the bill, the process to be followed going forward, and the amendments effected by the National Council of Provinces. The NCOP made amendments on clauses 1, 2, 15, and 19. Clause 1's amendment related to definitions, while Clause 2's amendment introduced a paragraph in the objects of the bill that speaks to the prevention and combating of ageism against older persons. Clause 15's amendment related to Section 25A of the bill, which focuses on a police official informing an older person's family and the Provincial Office of the Department of Social Development of an older person's removal within 24 hours of their removal to a temporary safe care facility, and to obtain a court order within 48 hours for the placement of the older person in a safe care facility. Clause 19's amendment related to any person whose name has been removed from the criminal offenders register via a successful application to the Minister of Social Development to provide proof that he or she has been rehabilitated as prescribed. As some aspects of the amendments encroached on the mandate of the Department of Police, the committee invited SAPS to respond to the proposed amendments on Clause 15 and any other related clauses. A meeting was held with SAPS and deliberations were had, and their role in the protection of older persons was discussed and clarified. We believe the amendments effected by the NCOP strengthen the objective of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, which is to seek to insert definitions, to insert new provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all services to older persons, and for the removal of older persons to temporary safe care without a court order. It also seeks to tighten up the existing implementation and compliance measures to effect some textual amendments for greater clarity and to provide for matters connected therewith. These amendments, Honorable Deputy Speaker, further ensure the provision of services to older persons in a more effective and efficient manner, thereby promoting their safety and security and dignity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, after deliberating on the amendments effected by the National Council of Provinces, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development resolved to concur with the proposed amendments. The Portfolio Committee adopted the report with the proposed amendments on the 28th of May, 2025. We then, as the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, recommend that this august House considers the report and pass the Older Persons Amendment Bill. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We move that the report be adopted.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The ANC. My apologies, Honourable Member. My apologies at the podium. Precisely, my apologies. Yeah, indeed, the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The public participation process on the Older Persons Amendment Bill revealed the brutal and painful reality faced by millions of vulnerable older persons across our country. The reality which includes rape, abuse, hunger, fear, insecurity, and of course, the many, many challenges they experience in regard to SASSA and the old age grant. These are but some of the issues that were raised by the older persons during the public hearings across the 9 provinces. These are the symptoms of systemic failures that demand immediate action and a whole of society approach to correct. The plight of older persons living in rural areas is even more dire. Their hardships include ambulances which cannot access them due to non-existent roads, lights, and other infrastructure shortcomings. How their bodies ache because after 31 years of democracy, they are still carrying heavy buckets of water from rivers and gathering firewood to cook. Stories which detail how their measly old age grant must stretch to support entire families, or worse, how they don't even get to see their grant on payday because their disillusioned, unemployed, and substance abusing children and grandchildren under the threat of violence demand they give up every last rand. These amendments to the Older Persons Act of 2006 are long overdue and should bring about some improvements to the lives of older persons as they enhance their protection, care, and dignity. The provisions to strengthen accountability, improve standards in elder care facilities, and ensure better oversight are particularly welcomed. However, it is essential that the legislation is fully funded for effective implementation. As the Democratic Alliance, we have raised concerns about the funding and implementation of the bill in light of current economic challenges, which could undermine the bill's intended impact and render it meaningless. For example, Deputy Speaker, the chronic underfunding of NGOs. These NGOs play a crucial social welfare role on behalf of government, be it residential care facilities, operating social clubs, or delivering hot meals or medication to older persons. Many of these NGOs are battling to keep their doors open or cannot afford to pay their social workers a livable salary, which has a direct impact on the quantity and quality of the services rendered. The new provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all services to older persons require human capacity. The protection of older persons require more social workers, more healthcare professionals, and more police officers. The human resources across these frontline services are already stretched to breaking point, leaving the question, will these amendments be implemented as intended? Are all the provisions in the Principal Act being implemented as intended? For example, is the National Register for Abuse of Older Persons up to date with the details of convicted abusers and being cross-referenced every time an individual is employed to work with older persons? Because if every section of the Principal Act was indeed being funded and implemented correctly, would all these stories told by older persons, hall after hall, province after province, be so many and so devastating? This bill must not become yet another well-meaning piece of legislation that fails at implementation. Once the bill is signed into law, the committee must demand a clear implementation plan, which include timelines, funding mechanisms, and accountability frameworks. We need to be able to go back to the same communities and hear from the same older persons that their lives have improved, that they are safer, and that they are being seen and heard. As the Democratic Alliance, we support the committee report and the Older Persons Amendment Bill and wish to thank and appreciate all civil society organizations and stakeholders for their invaluable contribution to this bill, but also for holding government to account and their ongoing commitment and dedication to ensure older persons of this country live a life of peace, love, and dignity. Government, together with the whole of society, has an obligation to ensure the constitutional values and the dignity of all who have contributed to building our beautiful country is restored and upheld. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The MK.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If this is indeed an august house, it will not support this bill. In fact, if we want to restore the dignity to our senior citizens, we should do what the MK is proposing. Give our senior citizens a minimum wage. Currently, our senior citizens get just 2,000 rands a month. How could anybody live on just 2,000 rands a month? So if we're really serious about restoring the dignity of our senior citizens, pay them the minimum wage. I don't know if you've watched the movie, I Care a Lot. You'll remember the chilling scene where a court-appointed guardian walks into an elderly woman's home with the backing of the state, takes her by force and places her in a care facility against her will, all under the banner of so-called protection. That woman lost everything, her home, her freedom, her voice, while everyone else cashed in. Now let me tell you this, honorable members, that movie is no longer a fiction. If this bill passes, it will become our law. The MK party rejects this bill with the contempt it deserves. This is not legislation. It is legalized trauma. It gives social workers and the police the power to enter the home of any senior citizen based on an anonymous complaint and remove them without a court order. They can be dragged out, sedated if they resist, and dumped in a so-called place of safety like a criminal without due processes being followed. This is not how you treat the people who built this country. What happened to dignity? What happened to freedom? What happened to justice? Where is this constitution? Does it say that poor, vulnerable elders, most of them black, most of them still reeling from apartheid, can be removed from their homes without even a judge looking at the facts? Let's call it what it is. This is state-sanctioned abduction. And I want to ask, who benefits from this bill? It won't be our senior citizens. It will be the crooked ones, the greedy ones, the politically connected, those who want to seize homes, pensions, and property. This bill is ripe for abuse. Family disputes will become police matters. If a family wants to get rid of their senior citizen in the house, they want to take over their house, they'll make up a story, go to court, make a false allegation, and then what's going to happen? The police will remove an innocent person. This country is full of beautiful traditions. Our elders are the backbone of our communities. But now, with one complaint and a clipboard, they can be removed like furniture. This is not protection. This is control, and it's shameful. After 30 years of democracy, we still walk past the statues of Louis Botha at the entrance of this parliament. My colleague Dudu will be talking about that just now. We still carry the colonial mace like a sacred relic, and now we're passing laws that will make the apartheid regime proud. What's changed? The MK party says enough is enough. We don't need more laws to break up our families. We need services that support them. We need social workers who uplift, not police who detained. We need resources for elder care, not cages. We reject it fully and completely. And we say to our senior citizens in South Africa, you are not alone. MK stands with you. You are the backrock of our society. We will fight this in every court, every committee, every corner of this country, and we'll take it to the streets if we have to. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, when the National Assembly first considered the bill, the economic freedom fighters was in full support. We support the bill because we felt at the time that it was a welcome legislative intervention to address the plight of our older person in this country. In our submission then, we highlighted the bill provides for quick mechanism in which the state can recover older persons from place of abuse without a court order, should a reasonable suspicion be that they have been abused is raised. In our submission then, we highlighted the bill provide a quick, the bill was also provided for a range of other measures to monitor the conditions of older people under the various caregiving environment. This is absolutely necessary because about 53% of older persons still live in extended households, where they are likely to receive some social, psychosocial, and economic support. The means of the above 47% of our old people may live in shelters where government oversight is warranted. Even amongst these old people living with families, we know of a fact that some are subjected to the most violent form of abuse from our own children and grandchildren. The amendment made by the National Council of Provinces only helped to strengthen the bill and not to weaken it. We are in full support and concur to the amendment proposed by the NCOP. Speaker, the reason why I was so shocked now is that we in the committee have deliberated this bill over and over. It came back to us. And I want to make it clear, as we are standing here, we went to do public hearings on this bill. And the old people explained to us how they've been abused by their children and their grandchildren through drugs, through alcohol, how they are neglected. And if we don't put this bill in place, our old people are still going to suffer, because when you stay in an old age home and you are abused, and that abuse has not been registered to say that it's abuse, they can go back to another old age home and abuse people again there. And in that old age home, if they see the need for the police to go and protect that person can be taken to the place of safety. So I don't know what Member Reddy is talking about. He's never been to the portfolio, and what he's saying, it is not true. I support this. Thank you, Chairperson.
The IFP. Order, members.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. The IFP knows the amendments of the Older Persons Amendment Bill. We support the bill's intent to strengthen the protection and care of older persons. The IFP emphasizes the need for the Department of Social Development to prioritize effective implementation. The IFP calls for a system that upholds the dignity of older persons, prevents abuse, and ensures adequate oversight. Furthermore, we urge the department to work closely with community-based organizations, care facilities, and families to ensure the provisions of this bill reach those most in need. We remain committed to building a society that respects, protects, and values the elderly citizens. In light of all this, the IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
The PA. Honourable members, order.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, House Chair. We, the Patriotic Alliance, stand firm in our commitment to honouring, protecting, and empowering older persons, recognising them as the pillars of our families, communities, and history. With the Older Persons Amendment Bill, the government must go beyond rhetoric and deliver real change that ensures dignity, security, and equitable access for our elder citizens. Our commitments, community-led care. We call for local empowerment in elder care, ensuring that neighbourhood structures, faith-based organization, and grassroots initiatives play an active role in supporting older persons. Economic justice. The state must increase financial protection, ensuring that older persons receive adequate pension, accessible social support, and safeguard against economic exploitation.
We demand rigorous oversight, severe penalties for neglect and abuse, and strict government accountability to ensure that service providers uphold the highest standards of care. The Patriotic Alliance believes that elderly South Africans deserve more than empty promises. They deserve real action, real protection, and a system that respects their contribution to our nation. We urge Parliament to implement this bill with integrity, ensuring that it delivers tangible benefits to older persons. No more delays, no more neglect. We support the amendments. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Dankie, Adjunct Speaker. Adjunct Speaker, na die afhanklike wet in werking getree het 'n paar jaar terug, was daar 'n aantal uitdagings gewees met betrekking tot die implementering van daardie wet. Navorsing toon aan dat die grootste uitdagings hiermee die institusionele koördineringsmeganismes en voldoeningsmaatreëls was. Swak koördinasie het 'n negatiewe impak op die verskaffing van dienste aan ouer persone gehad. Ons land se bejaardes moet ten alle koste beskerm word omrede hulle hierdie land opgebou het sodat die jeug van vandag die vrugte van hul harde werk kan pluk en geniet. Ons land se bejaardes geniet nie genoegsame beskerming of ondersteuning van die staat of die samelewing nie en word tans eenkant gegooi soos 'n lapop op die ashoop en dit is ons plig om te sorg dat daar baie mooi na hierdie mense gekyk moet word. Die menseregteorganisasie Human Rights Watch het in 2024 in 'n verslag dit duidelik gemaak dat die regering bejaardes in die land se regte minag en die VF+ stem daarmee saam. This still raises the question of whether this bill is just empty promises or whether it will effectively address the shortfalls of the current act for older persons' benefits. Mistreatment was identified as one of the main problems requiring urgent attention in this bill, as well as more ready access to certain divisions of public services and departments, which is a significant obstacle for the elderly. Older persons subjected to certain forms of mistreatment must have a right to be transferred somewhere else to a place of their family's choice, where they will receive better care and where they will be safe, but not to be moved around as government will see fit, and obtaining a court order only after the transfer has taken place to do so. That will result in another life as a many tragedy. Om bloot mense net rond te skuif van die een fasiliteit na die ander gaan nie die ingesteldheid van die versorgers verander nie, en dit gaan ook nie die probleem oplos nie. Versorgers wat die wet oortree en bejaardes mishandel, moet die gereg in die gesig staar en die straf verdien wat tot toekom. Dit is waarop die wetsontwerp eintlik op moes gefokus het, hoe om versorgers wat hul mag misbruik behoorlik vas te vat. 'n Probleem word nie opgelos deur die oortreders ongestraf te laat en die slagoffers bloot net van een plek na die ander te verskuif nie. Ek dank u, Deputy Chief Speaker.
Thank you. Action Essay.
Honourable Chairperson, Action SA supports the intent behind this bill, a long overdue effort to strengthen protection for one of the most vulnerable groups in our society. We welcome the bill's progressive provisions, enhanced definitions of abuse, legal assistance for the elderly in court proceedings, and the introduction of temporary safe care for older persons in danger. But we cannot overlook a real uncomfortable truth. We've seen noble laws before, and yet abuse of the elderly remains disturbingly common. I'm not sure how long we're going to wait for a court order when a granny is laying there for 3 days being abused. As Action SA, we have a library of case studies. I'm not sure why we would think that we are kidnapping someone who is in urgent need of care and protection. I'm not sure why we would still want to put paper before people. Let me stick to my notes. Honourable members, without proper funding, adequate training of personnel, passionate personnel such as social workers, without safe, accessible care, facilities or accountability, this bill risks becoming yet another paper promise. It is not enough to remove an older person to temporary safe care if the care is under-resourced, unmonitored, or worse, unsafe itself. We question whether the interdepartmental coordination proposed in this bill will be meaningfully implemented. Ons het 75 ministers and deputy ministers, which makes coordination almost impossible. Let's be clear. Older persons, our grannies built this country. They are not burdens. They are our elders.
They are our prayer warriors. They are our wisdom bearers, and they deserve dignity and care. We urge the department to ensure that implementation plans are realistic, resourced, and transparent. I thank you.
The ACDP. The ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, we agree that elderly people should be the bedrock of our democracy and our societies. They should be treated with dignity and respect. But the Department of Social Services is failing our elderly citizens at very basic levels. SASSA's inability to answer calls, its persistently manufacturing computer systems, and chronically understaffed offices leave our elderly vulnerable. Late or non-payment of grants exposed our elderly to exploitation and hardship. There are reports of pensioners dying in queues trying to access their funds. This is an unacceptable reality for those who rely on SASSA grants for survival. Scriptures admonishes us to honor the aged and even stand up in their presence as a sign of honor and respect. SASSA and DSD appear to have no concern for the people they are mandated to serve. While the Portfolio Committee has reviewed other key aspects of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, their effective implementation remains critical. Expanding the definition of caregivers, combating ageism, and tightening compliance measures are commendable. But without strong regulatory oversight, these provisions will remain empty promises. The ACDP believes that non-implementation must carry consequences, starting with sanctions and penalties for failing.
Thank you, Honourable
SASSA
Member. Your
officers
time has
and
expired.
Thank
The
you.
UDM.
No declaration, Speaker. We support.
Thank you. Rise.
No declaration, we support.
Bosa.
We're in support with no declaration.
Thank you. ATM. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and we support.
Thank you. NCC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. The NCC supports the spirit of this bill, but in the application, that's again our concern. We live in an area where a body will lay for 6 hours, but we're talking about giving the South African Police Services more work. We live in an area where a victim of GBV can wait 3 to 4 years for justice for a simple crime, and yet we're going to overlog the courts. I live in a country with more ministers than rehabs, but the abuse of our elderly is related to drugs and alcohol. The spirit of the bill is brilliant, the application not so much. The support, the concern of the NCC is, are we covering the cracks with the bill? Because we're just not doing enough out there. Are we failing as a parliament? The answer is yes. The NCC will support this bill with concern that it's nothing more than marketing. Thank you.
PAC. UAT.
Out. Great criteria, PAC.
Thank you. Good. ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We begin by expressing our gratitude to His Excellency, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, for his unwavering commitment to our national elders. In recent budget adjustment, and we saw an increase, we noted an increase on social grant as a moral declaration for the founders of our democracy, the elderly. Of course, Honorable Reddy will not know because he does not sit in this portfolio committee. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, today the African National Congress, the
Honourable
largest
member,
party-
please take your seat. Honourable Reddy, what is your point of order?
Honorable House Chair, there is provisions in the rules where it says that a member that's speaking in the podium cannot mislead the House. Now, it doesn't matter whether we sit on the committee or not. Our party, we discuss every matter there, we read, we understand what's going on, and I can prove to the member what we said here. is
Honourable
true.
member, you are
Thank you.
now getting into a debate. Please proceed.
He's agreeing that he does not sit there. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today as the African National Congress, the largest party, we pride ourselves to rise to take a historic and decisive giant step forward to support the Older Person Amendment Bill and the report therefore as presented by Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members and the people of South Africa, we are privileged as the ANC to underscore that all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, without exception across all the political spectrum, reach consensus to support this bill, not merely as a legislative text, but as a fundamental commitment and to the answer to a generation from Lutuli detachment that liberated this country, and to those who built this country for what it is today through a comprehensive bill, this comprehensive bill. To underscore, the bill has met all the legislative requirements, the participatory democracy was exhausted. To fight for the rights of the older person is no less than urgent than the struggle for freedom. The battle for older person is equal to the battle for freedom. It is a struggle against the neglect, against the elder persons. If we don't take care and protect our older persons as per the bill requirement, we are equally neglecting the future of our people. The bill is a matter of profound moral and social significance, precisely because our elders are custodian of our history, a heritage resource of historical significance, and a pillar of our core communities and foundation on which our nation is built. Any systematic neglect and inadequate protection have left many of them vulnerable, which we cannot afford going beyond this bill because the Constitution guarantees their social protection. And again, with respect to the issues of the SAPS contribution, there's a clear SAPS National Instruction 1 and 2 of 2024, which direct all SAPS officers to properly handle the cases related to the older persons. And SAPS commitment was also objective with respect to the indication of the directive for implementation. So any other concern that arise outside this bill can be addressed through regulation. The bill is a call for action, and in final analysis, the bill, after signed into law, as practical and urgently, it must be implemented, and so that we respond and protect to the vulnerable elderly. I thank the people of South Africa for their contribution to make the current bill in the current form to what it is. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip that the bill as amended be passed?
MK.
Honourable Reddy.
The MK party will object. Thank you.
Objection of the MK noted. Any other objections? With that objection, honourable members, with that objection, honourable member, is there someone on the platform? And with that objection, it is agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. The Secretary will read the second order.
Debate on P20 topic, harnessing parliamentary democracy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability.
I now call on the Honourable Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Deputy Minister Moraka.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the honorable members. It is an honor to address this House on the theme Harnessing Parliament Democracy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. And this is a theme that is in line with our G20 presidency mantra, Honorable Speaker and members, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. We meet here today at a time when South Africa has reached the midterm of its G20 presidency. Of course, Speaker, you would recall that we took over the baton from Brazil last year, December. And this period has been a period that is very significant to us as a country, wherein we are now looking at the change that is happening at the global system at an unprecedented pace, and also at an era where US continue to impact on us at a multilateral level, including the withdrawal from the Paris Accord. And also we've seen the withdrawal on the World Health Organization initiatives that have been benefiting the African continent, and also the threats to International Monetary Fund, the IMF funding, which is now under serious scrutiny. Honorable Speaker and member, the current geopolitical environment presents an increased challenges for the South Africa's G20 presidency as we compare it to Brazil when it led this multilateral forum last year, and those other ones that have led the G20 before this geopolitical environment that we find ourselves in. But Speaker and members, there is a consensus on what was a common agenda of the G20 as far as issues of sustainable development goals as they are being set out by the UN Charter. They continue to be on a declining phenomenon. More countries are questioning key thematic areas such as climate change commitments, the 2030 agenda implementations, and the gender equality measures. The rise in the right-wing politics continue to signal a worrying trend for democracy, human rights, and international law. The global governance
Honourable Deputy
system...
Minister, please pause for a moment. There is a point of order. Honourable Mkola.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Sangathi senize nenye manje. If la kwi-ground bezosibuza ngalo minister sothiwa uminister obani ngoba asimazi. Senzeleni list weminister bakithi esenifakele bona. Sanize nenye manje. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable member, that is not a point of order. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We'll disregard what is being said by a member there, because it's so irresponsible of a member of parliament to question another member's credentials. Despite all these issues, Honorable Speaker, it goes without saying that South Africa will need the support of all the stakeholders, especially members of parliament who are participating in this debate today, in the process of advancing this important mandate of delivering a G20 presidency that will be happening for the first time on our soil in the continent of Africa. We want to continue thus far as a clear need to align government priorities
with the broader South African society through strong allies and collaboration with several civil society organizations that we continue to work with here locally and globally in order to make meaningful change and also to address the global challenges that we continue to be faced with in today's world. We need to open up on issues of multilateralism so that we can be able to have discussions that are centered around how do we utilize this G20 presidency to advance our own socio-economic development as the countries of the global south. Honorable members, the high-level deliverables and priorities under South Africa's theme continue to lie at the core of the original G20 mandate, which is promoting strong, sustainable, and a balanced and inclusive economic growth for all of us. Under our theme as a South Africa this year during our presidency, we'll prioritize the following. We'll work on strengthening disaster resilience and response, and also work towards actioning to ensure that debt sustainability for low-income countries continue to be realized during this year's G20. And thirdly, we will work to mobilize finance for a just energy transition and also work towards making sure that the G20 of South Africa continue to leverage on the critical minerals that we continue to have as a continent in order for us to have an economic growth as a developmental agenda in the continent of Africa. We want to continue to indicate to the House and members at large that the task forces that we have put aside for us to realize this noble goal includes the following: the inclusive economic growth, wherein we are going to industrialize our economy, in which we are going to create the much needed jobs, where we are going to reduce inequality in our own country. The second task force that we have put together is for us to deal with issues of food security in the continent, and of course, within the SADC region and here at home, we need to address this issue of food security. The third task force, Honorable Speaker and members, is on artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation for sustainable development agenda. South Africa continue to work tirelessly to make it a point that we work towards delivering a memorable G20 for the people of South Africa and the continent at large. And it's high time that we need to review also the highlights of areas where we are more focused on, and also looking at issues of making sure that we coordinate all our global responses towards the crisis and managing the long-term structural challenges that we continue to face as the countries of the global south. Furthermore, to translate policy frameworks into scaled-up inclusive growth, industrialization, employment, and reduced inequality that will impact broadly to the lives of our African people and the South African citizen in particular. We need to work together in the second 10 year of implementation of our Agenda 2063, in line with our intention to use the G20 platform to make it a point that the AU Agenda 2063 continue to find expression in everything that we continue to do. It is high time, Speaker, that as part of strengthening partnerships and fostering dialogue with the social and other engagements that we continue to have with several groups, the South Africa's G20 presidency will facilitate presentation on policy recommendations by the groups of the fourth Sherpa meeting, which is scheduled to take place this year in June 2025. We are, however, pleased to report to this August House that the convening of the 11th G20 Presidency Parliamentary Speakers Summit will happen this year from the 1st of October to the 3rd of October 2025. This speaker will give you, as members of parliament, a precedented opportunity for you to raise sharply issues of the involvement of women parliamentarians towards the whole agenda of G20 program. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker and members, I would like to remind the members of this House that more than ever, South Africa has been entrusted with a momentous task of defining and also leading the global agenda. It is a task we cannot afford to take lightly. Therefore, your continued engagement and support is hereby welcomed as we continue with our second phase of our G20 leading up to the Leaders Summit that will take place in November this year. I want to urge all of you members that this is your time to be presidents of the G20. Utilize it effectively as members of parliament to deal with whatever reforms that you want to deal with at a global level, whether IMF or WTO, so that we can be able to advance our own interests as the countries of the global south. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your kind attention that you have given me
Thank you,
in this
Honourable
debate.
Deputy
Thank you
Minister.
very
Your
much.
time has now expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Zuma Sambudla. Honourable members, please take note that this is the Honourable Zuma Sambudla's maiden speech. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, members of the Progressive Caucus, ATM led by President Vuyo Zungula, EFF led by President Julius Malema, NCC led by President Fadil Adams, UAT led by President Wanda Mhlatsi, MK led by President Jacob Zuma. Commanders, morning. I rise today not merely as a member of this House, but as a vessel of people whose voices have long been stifled by colonial borders, economic exclusion, and systematic inequality. I rise as a daughter of Africa and as a committed Pan-Africanist, as South Africa's representative in the Pan-African Parliament and as the chair of the Southern Caucus. I speak for the dignity of our people, from the townships of the Vaal to the rivers of the Congo. Our theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, must not be reduced to aspirational rhetoric. It must inform how we legislate, how we negotiate, and how we resist the status quo. Traditionally, parliaments were seen as domestic chambers removed from international politics. But in this multipolar world shaped by ecological crisis, financial imperialism, and technological war, Parliament must become a frontline soldier in diplomacy. Parliamentary diplomacy is not about exchanging niceties with diplomats. It's about deepening cross-border alliances for peace, for justice, and shared liberation. We must forge parliamentary alliances not only with BRICS, but with Latin America, with Southeast Asia, and crucially with our African counterparts. These alliances must pursue common agendas on human rights, decolonial education, indigenous knowledge systems, and the preservation of sovereignty. The Pan-African Parliament must be strengthened as a legislative counterforce to global bodies that are too often undermined Africa's autonomy. We are told that we live in a global community, but whose voices shape the community, whose lives are made expendable for the profits of the few? Global solidarity, particularly among the global south, must be reclaimed as a political weapon against neocolonial control. We reject aid models that entrench dependency, trade agreements that strip sovereignty, and debt regimes that handcuff development. South Africa must no longer serve as a proxy for Western interests on the African continent. As we assume the G20 chairship, we must ask boldly, are we vessels for global capital or catalysts for African resurgence? Let us remember the Bandung Conference of 1955 that taught us that solidarity is not charity. It's a strategy. That is why we recall it. That is why we honor it. That is why we extend it 70 years later into the world we want to build. The era of polite begging is over. This is a time for legislative activism, for championing human rights, Palestinian freedom, debt cancellation, and climate justice through our voices, not borrowed scripts from the global north. Progressive Caucus, if we listen closely, there's a drumbeat echoing across Africa. It's coming from Niger, where youth are saying, we are not your colony. From Burkina Faso, where citizens are saying, we are not your base camp. From Guinea, Mali, and Gabon, driven by the rising anti-imperialist sentiment, insecurity, and frustration with corrupt, Western-aligned governments. What the West hastily labels as coups d'etats in the Sahel region, we as Africans must rightfully recognize them as coups de libération, coup of liberation. They are not extremists, they are not anarchists, they're simply tired of being polite about poverty. We too have a duty to stand in global solidarity, not only with those who make headlines, but with those who live in silence. Solidarity means aligning with Palestine, with Cuba and Haiti, not as charity, but as comrades. It means building alternative regional financial institutions that are free from Bretton Woods coloniality. It means standing with African nations, resisting African militarization and rejecting proxy wars on African soil. The UN Security Council cannot continue to remain a colonial relic, while the IMF and the World Bank are used as tools of economic strangulation. World Trade Organization rules should not be used to cripple African farmers, workers, or informal traders. Let us be clear, equality is not inclusion into unjust systems. It is a dismantling of those systems altogether. In plain truth, equality will cost someone privilege, and that's okay. Because if we're serious about justice, someone's comfort has to be disrupted. True equality demands that Africa no longer negotiates with a begging bowl. We must fight for equitable representation and global decision-making platforms, not as tokens, but as agenda setters. Domestically, we cannot call for equality abroad and preside over local government failures at home. When women walk kilometers for water, when youth are devoured by unemployment, and when service delivery collapses, we are betraying our Pan-African ideals. To those who hoard positions and privilege while our people suffer, we see you. The sustainability we speak of must go beyond environmental tokenism. We are not fighting for clean air. We are fighting for the right to live with dignity. Social sustainability means every child in the township has a school, a meal, and a dream. Economic sustainability means we shift from extra activism to beneficiation, that trade agreements favor local producers, that minerals feed development, not foreign stock markets. Let me say this clearly, sustainability is not just about hugging trees and banning straws. It's about asking, can our people survive here with dignity in 20 years, in 50 years? It's about land, it's about food sovereignty. It's about whether the grandmother in Eastern Cape will ever see her grandchildren find work in the village, not just flee to the city to be swallowed by the hustle. And it's also about spiritual sustainability, reclaiming African indigenous wisdom, ancestral traditions, and ethical governments, rooted in Ubuntu. It means we do not measure progress in GDP alone, but in well-beings of communities and the wisdom of our elders. To multinational corporations who brand themselves green while poisoning our rivers and looting our soil for economic gains, we see you. We demand a just transition, but one that is truly just for the African context, not standards imposed by Europe. Climate justice must not be the next frontier of imperial profits. We welcome the African Union's declaration of 2025 as a year of justice and reparations. But we ask again, how long must Africa wait? The West has no problem calculating carbon credits, but suddenly loses its calculator when it comes to reparations. Reparations are not historical nostalgia, they are economic justice. And for those who continue to sideline African women in diplomacy and governance, your time is up. We call for feminist foreign policy, one that is rooted in care, justice, and transformation, not the feminism of tokenism, but one that uproots patriarchal power at its core. We draw inspiration from President Tambo Nandi Ndaitwah and Speaker Lydia Katenda of Namibia, whose leadership embodies what a liberated Africa could look like. Let it be remembered, we are the heirs of warriors and workers, the children of Mkabai, the sons and daughters of Biko and Mzala, the students of Sankara and Kuruma. Let this parliament know a new generation has arrived, and we are here not to decorate democracy, but to transform it. Standing before you is Honorable Dudu Grenade Zuma. Gwaza mkonto gwaza.
Gwaza mkonto. The next speaker is the Honorable Smith.
Hamba nabo mkhonto, gwaza mkhonto. Yes.
Order, honorable members. We have a next speaker on the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, Parliament is the engine room of democracy. It is where the will of the people finds expression. It is where laws are devised and passed in the nation's best interest.
Honorable Smith, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
No, apologies. Chair. Can the
Siyabonga,
honourable member
siyabonga,
maybe just
Commander. Siyabonga.
No, my honorable members on the virtual platform, we are taking a point of order from the floor. Please remain muted.
Yeah, I was just saying, Chair, can the member just introduce themselves? We don't know who they are. Thank
Now,
you.
I've already introduced the member. Honorable Smith, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And it is where governments are examined, assessed, and measured. And so South Africa's P20 agenda should strive to harness not only the best of parliamentary diplomacy, but the best of parliamentary mechanisms and institutions around the world to greater capacitate our own houses and legislatures. And the P20 could not come at a more opportune time. For as we speak, the chamber of South Africa's National Assembly lies in ruin. A fraction of our members are meeting in person, while the rest are forced to follow on a virtual platform. We have no permanent venue to meet and deliberate on the people's business. We do not have enough committee rooms to accommodate Parliament's needs, and the services required to execute the business of the national legislature are wanting. If Parliament is the engine room for democracy, our engine is spluttering. And so, Honourable Speaker, aside from achieving parliamentary diplomacy, South Africa must utilise its P20 to recapacitate our own Parliament, learn from the practices of other G20 democracies, and fix our country's democratic engine. For without a properly functioning Parliament, our country's growth agenda will go nowhere slowly. South Africa's P20 coincides with the advent of the Government of National Unity, meaning that the legislature, much like the executive, is not governed by a single political majority. And as we navigate the growing pains of democracy, we must ensure that Parliament itself is at all times representative of the myriad parties elected to govern and oversee governance in our country. It is heartening to see that through the tabling of our nation's first GNU budget, Parliament has been used as the requisite platform to reject and rework legislation to better serve our nation. But this has not always been the case. Indeed, it was deeply concerning to note that this year's SA-EU Parliamentary Summit comprised a delegation of MPs from the ANC alone, without representation from any other political party. Considering that past delegations always comprised multi-party representation, it was strange to note that under South Africa's first national coalition government, its parliament still engaged internationally on a single party level. As the Democratic Alliance and a GNU member, we reject Parliament's stifling of alternative voices in its diplomatic arena, and we call on the Speaker to ensure that the seizure of this platform for the ANC alone never happens again. Honourable Speaker, South Africa's constitution recognizes 12 official languages of the Republic, and these are rightfully promoted and protected in all parts of society. However, Parliament's interpreting services have not received the attention that they rightfully deserve as the core of our democratic engine. One of the DA's main proposals as a desirable outcome of our P20 presidency is the leveraging of greater expertise and best practice when it comes to interlingual communication and interpreting services. The European Parliament, a global leader in the mastery of simultaneous and consecutive interpreting services for both oversight and legislative development, spends close to €1 billion a year on this crucial service alone. And aside from ensuring that EU member states can conduct their business in the Union between the 24 official languages, the European Commission and Parliament invest in academic exchanges, shared expertise, the promotion and protection of minority languages, and the development of a speech repository which can be accessed by interpreters in training. This commitment to building and maintaining a body of work, crucial to the highly evolving and demanding requirements of the field of multilingualism and interpreting, not only allows Europe to be fully understood among its members, but builds and uplifts the languages and cultures of its member states. If we want to ensure that our official languages and the myriad cultures that make up the dramatic and enviable diversity of our nation are preserved, we must learn from institutions such as the European Union to supplement and enhance our interpreting services. The P20 is the ideal platform for this exchange to take place. South African universities and academics have already partnered with their European counterparts to this effect. The University of the Witwatersrand School of Translation and Interpreting Studies, along with the Wits Language School, have long-standing agreements with institutions around the world to help invest in and develop indigenous languages while training more South Africans to work between them. Parliament must use the P20 and the T20 to facilitate these exchanges to better develop and capacitate its own interpreting services. Honourable Speaker, the P20 also provides our Parliament and our parliamentarians with an opportunity to assess the lawmaking process and its successful outcomes in the many member parliaments of the G20's democratic states. And as I have stated before, South Africa must learn from successful domestic policy in developing G20 nations and the process by which these laws were devised and passed. In Indonesia, for example, we could assess the omnibus law on job creation, which has successfully streamlined business licensing and labor regulations to attract foreign investment. Similarly, we can consider Argentina's knowledge economy law, which offers tax incentives for tech and software exports to boost innovation. These are just some of the examples where G20 member states with similar socioeconomic circumstances to our own have used their parliaments to incentivize lawmakers to pass legislation that is sensible and beneficial to their people. South Africa's parliament must be revitalized to incentivize the tabling of new bills and laws that work for South Africans and not for politicians. And finally, South Africa must use the P20 to adopt and implement practices to make Parliament more transparent and publicly accessible. From watching and following committees and sittings, to providing adequate time for public participation and comment on bills and legislative amendments, we cannot allow our systems and processes to be undermined and for this House to become a rubber stamping mechanism for bad policy. We have already seen last month that the North Gauteng High Court found that President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to assent to and sign the National Health Insurance Act was reviewable, and that the President must furnish the record of his decision to the court within 10 calendar days. According to the Board of Healthcare Funders, this judgment demonstrated that the President's decision-making process ignored compelling legal and policy objections against NHI submitted by multiple stakeholders from civil society, business, and the healthcare sector. This gross legislative oversight would not have happened if Parliament were doing its job properly. We must ensure that we use the P20 to reassess our public participation methods and commit to better processes that are legally sound and carry the spirit of Parliament as the people's arena. Honourable Chairperson, the P20 should not be another international parliamentary talk shop when our Parliament requires greater international alignment and progress in a number of fields. We must utilise this platform to showcase South Africa's coalition future, to assess and reform Parliament systems and processes, and to recapacitate the national legislature to better serve our people. Because it is the people to whom we are subservient in this House, and not the whims of the politicians that walk its halls. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Mshlongo.
Thank you. It's Honorable Muhlongo, House Chair. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters and President, Honorable Julius Malema, Commissars, Fighters, and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, since formation, the Economic Freedom Fighters has been resolute that there can be no counterbalance to the corrosive impact of imperialism without progressive internationalism. That stripped to the bone means that there must be a purpose-driven collaboration between progressive nations across the world to drive a common agenda for development whose aim is to lift everyone out of poverty. The kind of progressive internationalism necessary for catalyzing this type of development across the world must also have its foundation must also have at its foundation the express rejection of racism, sexism, narrow nationalism, and complete rejection of imperialism. Parliament, as the ultimate institution affirming the democratic expression of the wishes of the people, is an increasingly important institution in the advancement of this agenda. To be in a position to do this, Parliament must be jealous of its independence and provide unmitigated freedom for expression of thought and not be too trigger-happy to dismiss those who challenge the status quo. It also means that Parliament must be able to safeguard all of the decisions it takes. When this House, the sixth Parliament, voted to support the EFF motion to have the Israel embassy closed down in this country, because we simply cannot reconcile the values we claim to stand for and the ongoing genocide of the people of Palestine by the Zionist regime. The leadership of this House was meant to ensure that such a resolution is implemented. Failure to implement that resolution means that we have become complicit in the ongoing extermination of the people of Palestine. It is not too difficult to draw this conclusion because members of this very same parliament who are party to the first GNU are openly flirting with that genocidal state of Israel and perpetually visiting Israel. The global political and economic landscape has experienced significant shifts, especially with the rise of multipolarity and the decline of unchallenged Western hegemony. The EFF understands that South Africa's struggle for true economic freedom is intrinsically linked to the dynamics of international power structures. That notwithstanding, we cannot afford not to take a stand when human rights of others are violated with impunity. Taking a stand against evil is foundational to this country's democracy. We must be unapologetic about standing with the people of Palestine. We must be unapologetic in our support for Cuba and the removal of illegal economic blockades on that country. We must be unshaken in our demand for freedom of the people of Western Sahara. Despite recent failures occasioned by chronic defunding of South African National Defense Force, we must not and can never abandon the people of Democratic Republic of Congo. Equally, we must without shame call out client states such as Rwanda as essential agents of imperialism and antithetical to the development of this continent. Ultimately, Parliament must do all it can to realize the Pan-African dream of uniting not just the continent, but all people of African descent wherever they may be in the world. Africa cannot develop unless we unite our people and wage a unified fight against new imperialism. If we fail to unite, they will soon dispose of Captain Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, as they did with Thomas Sankara, Thomas Lumumba, Robert Sobukwe, and many others. This bold dream of a united Africa needs bold leadership. It can never be attained when the liberation movement is cuddling up with forces of racism and neocolonialism, such as the Democratic Alliance. It needs principled unity, not just empty rhetoric premised on subjecting the quest for liberation to the wishes of a senile and tribalistic dark who looted the country when he had an opportunity to lead it. Pan-African unity does not mean we flirt with thugs even when they look like us. Chairperson, the only movement with clarity of thought to engender the progressive internationalism rooted in Pan-Africanism is only the economic freedom fighters. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Ngwangu.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party as a party grounded in the values of peace, unity, and servant leadership, to affirm our strong belief in the power and necessity of parliamentary diplomacy in advancing global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In a world plagued by crises, be it climate change, poverty, or conflict internationally, diplomacy alone has proven insufficient. National government, often constrained by the executive interest and grilled foreign policies lines, cannot always reflect the collective will of the people. But parliaments are as a voice of the people, can bridge divides and build consensus across borders through authentic, people-centered diplomacy. Parliamentarian carries a unique democratic legitimacy. When they engage internationally, whether through interparliamentary forums, delegations, or bilateral exchanges, they foster mutual understanding, cultural respect, and trust. Solidarity is not built in boardroom alone. It is cultivated in the chambers where elected representatives engage, challenge, and emphasize. We believe in Ubuntu, open quote, I am because we are, close quote. The African philosophy must inform our international relation. Parliamentary diplomacy can turn emphasis into policies and solidarity into shared global action, particularly when states are fragmented and under the strain. Inequality within and among nations is one of the greatest threats to the peace and development. Parliamentary diplomacy allows us to harmonize laws, share best practices, and learn from both terms and mistakes. For example, if a parliament is in a global South pass a bill and show equality pay for women, why wouldn't that model inspire others elsewhere? We can challenge unjust trade regime, push for fair vaccine distribution, and advocate for debt relief, not as a competitors, but as a colleagues. Equality demands more than aid. It demands that laws, opportunities, and responsibilities are shared just across borders. Climate change knows no borders, and neither should our response. We believe in the success and creation when we reject exploitation of natural for short-term gains. But to achieve sustainability, we must align our national policies with global commitment. Parliamentary diplomacy empowers us to track progress, hold government accountable, and sustainability into our national development strategies. Let us not forget that while executives sign treaties, it is parliamentary that ratify them and monitor their implementation. We call for the formal strengthening of interparliamentary networks at continental and global level, and dedicate trainings and resources for parliamentary diplomacy to ensure representatives engage meaningfully. Honourable Speaker, parliament diplomacy is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is our democratic responsibility to amplify the voice of the people on the world stage. Through cooperation, not cohesion, through dialogues, not division, we can and must a world rooted in solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Let us not ask what our government can do in isolation, but what our parliament can do together. Today, it's the first day we are here in parliament debating as the IFP caucus without the presence of our Deputy Chief Whip, UK Pistole. It's very saddening. It's heavy on our shoulders. We are here, we wish we have not come to this house today because we even heard in our ears, in our head, that it's going to be a sad day today. And we wish to tell you, colleagues, that it's not an easy thing. What happened to us, even to Jobe, we wish the family to be comforted and our colleagues, because this is not a usual thing to happen. We know we're all stand to go past this phase in our lives, but when it comes, it's very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Matopa.
Matopa.
House Chair, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Today we gather to discuss a matter of profound importance: the power of parliamentary diplomacy in advancing global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In an era marked by geopolitical tensions, climate crisis, and deepening inequalities, Parliament must rise above partisan divides and act as bridges of cooperation, not just within our nation, but across the world. The imperative of global solidarity. Solidarity is not merely a moral principle, it is a strategic necessity. From pandemics to migration crisis, no nation can solve these challenges alone. Parliamentary diplomacy through interparliamentary unions, bilateral exchanges, and multilateral forums allows us to forge alliances based on shared humanity rather than narrow interest. Whether MPs engage in dialogue, we build trust. When we share legislative best practices, whether on public health, education, or social protection, we uplift not just our citizens, but global citizens. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us that vaccine nationalism costs lives, while cooperation saves them. Should we not then institutionalize solidarity through parliamentary networks that ensure equitable responses to future crises? The fight for equality. Equality remains an unfulfilled promise for billions. Gender disparities, economic exploitation, and systematic racism persist. Yet parliaments have the unique authority to legislate for justice and hold government accountable. Through parliamentary diplomacy, we can pressure for fair trade agreements that protect workers, not just corporations. We can collaborate on laws that combat modern slavery and human trafficking. We can amplify the voices of marginalized communities in international forums. If we believe in equality, we must use our diplomatic leverage to demand it, not just at home, but everywhere. Sustainability, the defining challenge of our time. Climate change is the greatest existence threat we face. While governments negotiate climate agreements, parliaments must ensure these pledges translate into action. We must legislate for green economies, sharing technology, and policy frameworks with developing nations. Hold corporations accountable for environment destruction through cross-border legislative oversight. Promote climate justice, recognizing that those least responsible for emissions often suffer the most. Parliamentarians' diplomacy can accelerate this by creating global green caucuses, where lawmakers push for stronger environment protections, carbon pricing, and renewable energy investment. A call to action, honorable members. The question before us is not whether parliamentary diplomacy matters, but whether we will use it boldly enough. Will we remain confined by domestic politics, or will we step onto the global stage and champion for solidarity, equality, and sustainability? Let us strengthen interparliamentary institutions. Let us pass laws with global impact. Let us be the generation that turned rhetoric into real action. The world is watching. History will judge us by our courage to act.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Denner.
House Chair, before I start, let me convey our sincerest condolences with the IFP caucus with the terrible loss of Honourable Job. May his soul rest in peace. Honourable House Chair, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy to achieve global solidarity, equality and sustainability are lofty ideals, and indeed, if pursued with sincerity, they hold the promise of a better tomorrow, not just for South Africa as G20 host this year, but for the group of nations to which we belong. However, as a nation, we must reflect critically on whether our domestic policies and international alignments truly embody the ideals we so boldly proclaim. South Africa speaks of global solidarity, yet our actions often betray this ambition. We continuously align ourselves with nations regarded as pariahs on the global stage. Countries like Iran and Russia, whose policies and actions frequently stand in stark contrast to the principles we proclaim to promote. We champion the idea of equality, and yet, within our borders, we enforce race-based legislation that deeply divides our people, claiming to address historical injustices, but in reality, it only perpetuates resentment, stifles meritocracy, and undermines the very spirit of equality it purports to promote. How can we advocate for equality on the global front when we fail to uphold it at home? True equality is a principle that uplifts all without pulling any down, that promotes equal opportunities as opposed to equal outcomes. Ek kom terug na die P20 beraad, voorsitter. 'n Beraad vir die wetgewende sektor vir die parlemente van die G20 lande om by te dra tot die debat oor belangrike internasionale kwessies. Maar kom ons vee eers voor ons eie deur. Vertroue in die Suid-Afrikaanse parlement is tans op 'n skandelike laagtepunt. In 2023, according to the HSRC South African Social Attitude Survey, South Africans had more confidence in the SABC and the National Defence Force than in the South African Parliament. Trust in Parliament declined from 65% in 2004 to 26% in 2023, and I can give you my word, it will be even lower in 2025. Maar waarom het Suid-Afrikaners nie vertroue in die Suid-Afrikaanse parlement nie? Kan dit wees omdat partye soos onder meer die MK en die EFF op 'n weeklikse basis hierdie platform vir 'n rassehaat vertoning gebruik?
Point of order, Chair. What has this to do with MK?
Honorable Denner, just pause for a moment and take your seat. Honorable member, please alert me to the fact that you want to be recognized by raising your hand.
I would like to
not unmuting and speaking. Why do you want to be recognized?
Chairperson, I would like to ask, what has this
No,
anything to do with
you
MK?
know the rules, Honorable. Honorable Denner, would you be prepared to take a question at this point?
House Chair, now because it will be just as senseless as the points of order. Can I continue, House Chair?
Leave MK.
No, Honorable member, please don't do that. Honorable Mshlongo, why do you want to be recognized?
Ngiyabonga House Chairperson lo mcesho mengaphambili uthi yena ke siyinhlangano ye-EFF ngithi lesenda lendlu ingabi ne-integrity, therefore she's casting aspersions on the EFF. Can she withdraw that?
No, Honorable member, thank you for that. That's not a point of order. Our rules are quite clear. One can cast aspersion on a member, not on a party. Honorable Denner, please continue.
Dankie voorsitter, ek's dankbaar vir hierdie vertoning want dit illustreer my volgende
Honorable
punt.
Denner, just hold on again. Honorable member, I've made my ruling. I'm not going
On a
to
point-
enter into a
on a
debate
point
with
of
you
order.
regarding that.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yeah, I'll come to the virtual platform just now. Is that something new, or do you want to debate the merits and demerits of my ruling?
Chair, please don't make
I think it's fair that you give me an
I'm raising my
opportunity.
hand, it's on a different matter.
Don't prophesize what I want to say.
Honorable member on the virtual platform, I've not yet recognized you.
Yeah, you should.
Honorable, please mute until you are recognized on the virtual platform. Honorable Mshlongo, why do you want to be recognized at this time?
Bengifuna kubuta ukuthi uyakhona yini ukuthatha umbuto simbude ukuthi eIsrael yena soyile utiva njani nje ngendzaba le.
Thank you. I'll inquire from her. Yeah, I'll thank you. I'll inquire from her. Honorable Denner, are you prepared at this point to take a question? Thank you. The honorable member on the virtual platform, why did you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the manner in which you are treating some of our members is incorrect and it's unfair. The honorable member from the MK has raised a point of order. Without even hearing to what he wanted to say, you interjected.
No, thank you, honorable member. Maybe you didn't pay attention where you are sitting. The honorable member wanted to ask a question of the member on the platform. Our rules clearly dictate that we first inquire from the member on the virtual platform whether they've prepared to field the question. Honorable member, please mute yourself now, otherwise I will determine that you are disregarding the authority of the chair. Yes, honorable member, to my right, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you very much, finally, Chair. They gotta just be patient with members of MK. They are.
No,
they are not
honorable member,
well.
you don't add fuel to the fire.
That's
Why do you want to
removal
be
of-
recognized?
Point of order, that one. Please, let's be patient with them.
Yeah, no, that's not a point of order. That's not an intervention in terms
We
of.
don't need your help.
Out of order.
We don't need your help here.
Yeah, honorable member.
No, Chair, we must leave MK alone. These comrades are fine. Chair.
Order.
We're with them, yeah?
Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
On a point of order, Chair, on Rule 92, that member is a chairperson of a committee. He cannot behave in this unfree manner.
Thank you, honorable member, but I didn't need your assistance. I've already ruled him to be out of order.
The assistance was free.
Honorable Denner, please continue. Order, honorable members. Let's give honorable Denner her opportunity to debate.
When I were incompetent, man, I think we must take you out of that chair.
IT services, please remove the honorable member who keeps on unmuting.
Dankie voorsitter. Die verval van decorum in hierdie huis wat nou perfek geïllustreer is hier, is 'n absolute skande. 'n Skande wat klakkeloos deur die MK voortgesit word met onsinvolle punte van orde, tussenwerpsels en ander belaglikhede. Kan dit wees dat petisies nie na behore hanteer word nie? Is dit dalk die rede? Of dat die howe keer op keer die deurvoer van wetgewing op prosedurele aspekte omkeer? Of dalk is dit omdat openbare deelname en as ware die stem van die mense net eenvoudig nie gehoor of in ag geneem word nie? En dan moet ons vra, waarom stem Suid-Afrikaners nie? Korrupsie gedei in die openbare sektor en parlementêre oorsig doen weinig om dit te bekamp. Waar is ons tande? Geweld, ongelykheid, armoede, swak dienslewering en werkloosheid is die mense van Suid-Afrika se daaglikse realiteit. Daarteenoor het ons ministers wat skaamteloos in hierdie huis verklaar dat hulle sekere beleid in Suid-Afrikaners se kele sal afdruk, soos 'n boelie wat sy wil op ander afdruk. En dan vra ons hulle, hierdie mense, om hierdie parlement te vertrou. Die P20 beraad is van uiterste belang, waar die Suid-Afrikaanse parlement as gasheer 'n vertoonstuk van ons Suid-Afrikaanse demokrasie moet wees. Maar voordat ons nie ons eie huis en ons eie lede kry nie, sal ons nie uitvoering aan hierdie belangrike mandaat gee nie. Ek dank u, voorsitter. It's on your oortjies.
Thank
We
you.
don't have African translation.
Honorable member, I've already requested you not to unmute and speak. If you do that again, I will ask you to leave the house for disregarding the authority of the chair and being grossly disorderly. Honorable Trollip.
Chairperson, thank you very much. We should be debating the performance of this parliament in fulfilling our responsibility to the electorate, not window dressing for the G20. We need to get our own house in order. Parliament should be at the heart of our democracy, where people's voices influence decisions. It's not a ceremonial house, it's a place of accountability, oversight, and the defender of our Constitution. It's supposed to represent the people and ensuring accountability. Parliament gives citizens a voice in governance. Oversight must be sharp. Budget, laws, and government action must be closely scrutinized. The executive should be responsive and accountable. There are ministers in this GNU that don't answer questions, don't respond to correspondence or messages or WhatsApp. Even the new ministers have succumbed to bad habits fast. To uphold the Constitution is the second thing. Parliament must pass laws that align with the Constitution and improve the lives of people. It holds the power to amend the Constitution. Use this wisely, not politically. It's supposed to defend the independence of the judiciary. It's supposed to ensure public participation and policy debate. Public input is not optional, it's essential. It must be authentic and it must be heard. Citizens must be heard beyond elections. Debate must be substantive, not political theatre. I want to remind us that this seventh administration under the GNU government has not processed one piece of new legislation or policy after a year in government, against a background of a failing economy and devastating job losses. Fourthly, there's supposed to be checks and balances. Parliament must check executive power, not bow to it. Corruption and mismanagement must be exposed and rooted out. Yet there are ministers and deputy ministers in this House who perform under clouds of corruption. These activities should lead to improved governance and outcomes. If not, we are in dereliction and Parliament and the government is delinquent. 5, we need to promote democratic values, uphold human dignity, equality, non-racialism, and the rule of law. There is scant evidence of this in this House. In fact, our behavior is an awful example to our citizens. Parliament must set the tone for ethical governance and public service, something for which you do not hold the hallmark in this Parliament. And lastly, Parliament must modernize. Parliament has a long way to go. Many systems are outdated and unfit for purpose. Reform is urgent. Digitize, professionalize, and modernize operations. A 21st century democracy needs a 21st century Parliament. Action SA stands for Parliament that works, that's accountable, that's transparent, and that puts people first, not paying lip service to policies and slogans like Batupili. I urge this House and each member to reflect on our roles as elected representatives and to consider whether we do indeed fulfill our constitutional mandate in an exemplary and unexpected and expected fashion. In conclusion, Honourable Chair, I would also like to convey my condolences and the condolences of my party, Action SA, to the IFP at the brutal murder of Honourable Ketamabala Sithole. Magalale ngotolo. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Chair. The ACGP also echoes its condolences to the IFP and the family of Honorable Sithole. We send our prayers and our thoughts with you at this time. Honorable House Chair, the P20 plays a crucial role in injecting a parliamentary perspective into global governance. In this regard, the ACGP posits that international parliamentary diplomacy holds the potential to foster cooperation, fairness, and sustainable development across nations. However, South Africa's ability to contribute meaningfully to this effort has been significantly undermined by the declining credibility of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Several missteps have cast doubt on DIRCO's effectiveness in managing diplomatic narratives and maintaining key international relationships. Its recent embarrassment trying to claw back credibility with the US president and recent misinformation incidents have forced DIRCO into multiple clarifications, including its denial of statements falsely attributed to Special Envoy to the US, Minister Mcebisi Jonas. In an attempt to salvage its standing, DIRCO arranged meetings with the US officials to counter misconceptions surrounding policies on the expropriation bill and equity laws. This approach signals poor anticipation of international scrutiny. The P20, the ACGP asserts, must utilize its parliamentary influence to sound the strong call that Africa is not a consumerist continent of exporters of raw materials and consumers of finished products. It must assert that Africa will no longer subscribe to being called a dark continent, but Africa is rising as an equal, proactive, and prominent player in global governance and public discourse. The ACGP believes that before going global with the P20 topic, we need to look internally. Our parliamentary social cohesion projects have largely failed to bring about the necessary solidarity in our nation, exacerbated by parties that peddle destructive ideologies of racial division. The last 30 years have failed to bring about equality in South Africa, evident by our Gini coefficient making us one of the most unequal nations on the planet. The lofty goals of sustainable development in South Africa remain out of reach as we teeter towards a failed state with our crumbling SOEs and bankrupt municipalities. South Africa deserves better, and as kingdom builders with a biblical blueprint, praying for the peace of Jerusalem, the ACGP commits to building a better parliament, a better South Africa, and indeed a better world. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you ever so much, House Chair. We meet at a time of deep global turmoil. Since October 2023, more than 43,000 lives have been lost in Gaza. In Sudan, conflict has displaced more than 12 million people by mid-2025. Nearly 2 billion people worldwide live in poverty. Youth unemployment in Africa, has reached chronic levels, and climate change is no longer a distant threat. 2024 has been the hottest year ever recorded, for instance. These crises, multiple crises, demand action. This is where parliamentary diplomacy, as championed by the P20, must rise to the occasion. It must become a force for inclusive, sustainable, and people-centered progress. But this diplomacy must be reimagined. It cannot be reduced to backroom deals or statements. It should be a space of open exchange where MPs from every corner of the world learn from each other, strengthen each other's oversight capabilities, and drive solutions that reflect sustainable progress. The P20, through its commitment to dialogue, can help parliaments become engines of real change, equipping lawmakers to tackle challenges that transcend borders, like climate change, poverty, and peace. Peace must be our shared moral duty. Multilateral forums like the International Parliamentary Union, the Non-Aligned Movement, to mention but a few, should evolve into active coalitions for peace, upholding international law and standing up for human rights. The International Committee of Red Cross says that over 120 armed conflicts reported globally. We cannot rely solely on traditional diplomacy, so parliamentary diplomacy and parliaments have to step in where others fall short, offering platforms for dialogue, conflict prevention, and lasting peace. Our continent, for example, on our continent, the Pan-African Parliament is falling short. Created to represent Africa's billion people, it remains institutionally weak. There are currently more than 35 conflicts across the continent, and PEP, as well as the AU, remain largely silent. If we are serious about achieving Agenda 2063, a vision of a peaceful, integrated, and prosperous Africa, then PEP must be reformed into a body with real legislative powers and oversight, and so should the parliaments around the African continent, which are in member states of the different countries. It must be more than a talk shop. It must serve African people meaningfully. Equally, we have to ensure that democracy, we continue to promote and export principles of democracy, not only to the rest of the African continent as South Africa, but export the principles and the values of democracy to the rest of the world. Through the P20's
Thank you,
vision.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Much
Your time
obliged.
is now expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Ghana.
Let me start by conveying my condolences to the IFP and the Tole family. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, we as South Africa, we are in desperate need of economic growth, jobs, and social development. And as Parliament, we have a key role to play in securing this growth and development, not only through the adoption of laws that facilitate sustainable and equitable economic growth and job creation, but through our oversight role. This oversight is not meant to merely shine a spotlight on the government's shortcomings, but it is aimed at highlighting the areas where the executive can and must do better to serve the needs of all South Africans. Members, we cannot leave this oversight in the hands of the executive. We cannot continue to undermine our own role in upholding our constitutional values. Therefore, we must be as hard on ourselves as we are on the executive. The Constitution calls upon Parliament to scrutinize and oversee executive action, and we must take up this gauntlet. To that end, the GNU is a significant milestone in deepening our commitment to constitutional democracy. For the first time in democratic South Africa, in many instances, It is no longer the same party in parliament that oversees the work done by its own members in the executive. Rather, we have different parties that play a key role in holding the executive to account. While it has been tradition to be opposition-led, the work done by SCOPA, chaired by Rise Mzansi's leader, Songezo Zibi, exemplifies this. In less than a year, SCOPA has, in collaboration with Auditor General, the SIU, brought to light with consequences many instances where public funds went to waste. The committee has uncovered the role at several municipalities, including BCM, as well as
Honorable Ghana, please just take your seat for a moment.
It's the first time this happened.
Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, I'm raising in terms of Rule 92. The honorable member on the podium is misleading the House. The GNU is not a significant milestone.
Honorable Member Nomvula,
which is not.
That's not a point of order. Thank you. Honorable Ghana, please continue.
Hey, there's so much excitement in the MK today. I don't know what happened there.
And please, we're not talking about gambling. Yes. Don't talk about gambling today.
Yeah. Honorable Nomvalu, it's now I think the fourth time you are speaking without being recognized. IT services, please remove the Honorable Nomvalu. Honorable Makubele, why do you want to be recognized?
Your House Chair, you did not even warn the member.
No, I did previously.
When did you warn him?
When the member previously unmuted without being recognized.
No,
go back to the record. Thank you. If you're unhappy with the ruling, you are welcome to write to the Speaker. Honorable Ghana, please continue.
Point of order, Chair. Can you please make...
Honorable Mbata, I've now also warned you that the next time you unmute and speak without raising your hand and drawing my attention, I will ask you to leave the House. So will you please now leave the House? Honorable Ghana, please continue.
The excitement will be studied one day, Chair. Last week, we have heard from SCOPA that the CEO of the Road Accident Fund was placed on special
Honorable
leave.
Ghana, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Mbata, I've asked you to leave the House. Honorable Ghana, my apologies for the interruption. Please continue.
So the CEO of the Road Accident Fund was placed on a special leave last week. And today we learned that he has been suspended thanks to the work of SCOPA. As Rise Mzansi, we have always stressed that the need for public accountability and to ensure that our public servants are highly skilled, capable, and ethical, we take up this gauntlet to conduct effective oversight over the executive, and we implore our colleagues in the House to do the same. Let effective oversight be the 7th Parliament's crown jewel and a tool we share with our P20 counterparts.
Thank you. The Honorable Flazo Webster.
Dalowendlu Build One South Africa siyafisa ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo kwiqembu iNkatha Freedom Party kanye nomndeni womhlonishwa uJobe ngokudlula kwakhe emhlabeni sithi nje alale ngoxolo. Honorable members, around the world we are witnessing a dangerous drift with the rise of populist leaders who attack institutions, who undermine accountability, and who trade in disinformation and emotion rather than on evidence. Just yesterday, Poland elected a Trump ally as its new president, Karol Nawrocki, who is a hardline nationalist who ran a campaign that was rooted in fear and in division. Now Poland joins the growing list of democracies that are tilting towards hardline nationalism where fear overrides facts and truth is the first casualty. From Warsaw to Washington, from Brexit to Bolsonaro,
we see the same story of institutions that are sidelined and executive given sweeping powers and the concentration of power in the hands of the few. And in the context of Parliament, it has never been more crucial that we take the role of Parliament as the people's voice and the place where the people's voice is given expression seriously. In South Africa, we've fallen short of this standard too often. In our recent history, we saw Parliament failing to hold the executive account, and the Zondo Commission was evidence of this, where there was protection of power and oversight that was sacrificed at the altar of party loyalty. And unfortunately, we now in this 7th administration and in the 7th Parliament are still seeing this culture rearing its ugly head. Just last week, during oral questions, the leader of Build One South Africa asked the president a simple and direct question about BBBE exemptions that are granted to allow Starlink into South Africa. And instead of a clear answer, the president gave us a vague rhetoric about redress, failing to answer the question. Section 92 of our constitution states it very plainly that members of cabinet are accountable collectively and individually to Parliament, and this includes the president. When the president fails to answer, he doesn't just disrespect members of Parliament, he disrespects millions of South Africans who rely on us to defend their interests, their industries, and their future. And so we've written to the Speaker to demand the President to answer this question, because this is more than one unanswered question. It is about committing the role of Parliament. And we are not going to accept, as the Deputy Speaker said, that it's the President's prerogative to answer how he sees fit. That is wrong. The President and his executive must answer a question, however uncomfortable it may be, and it is our role to ensure that Parliament works and it uses its constitutionally mandated power to protect and to advance democracy.
Thank you, Honourable Glaser-Webster. Is the ATM participating in this debate? If not, then I recognize the Honourable Kumbaka.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress and the millions of South Africans who believe that democracy is not just a vote every 5 years, but a tool for transformation here at home and across the globe. Global solidarity, equality, and sustainability are not optional extras in our democracy. Let me remind this House that they are the core business of People's Parliament. We are gathered today at a critical moment, not only for our nation, but for the global community. Let us be clear, honorable members, parliamentary democracy must not be reduced to procedure and protocol. It must be a living instrument used boldly to advance justice, dignity, and the future we want. As we prepare to host the 11th P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit to be held later in the year, under South Africa's G20 presidency, we are called upon to reflect deeply and act decisively on how parliamentary democracy can be harnessed to advance global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Honorable members, we must remember that South Africa's democracy was not won in isolation. The anti-apartheid struggle was global. Today, we must return that solidarity tenfold. We must use our parliamentary platforms to push for decolonized international relations, fair trade, vaccine equity, and support for liberation movements, whether in Palestine, Western Sahara, and many more. So solidarity means standing on principle and not on convenience. South Africa boasts a proud track record in progressive internationalism, and that has not only been grounded by abstract principles, but in practical experience. Drawing upon the liberation heritage of the African National Congress of advancing peace and friendship as enshrined in our Freedom Charter. Honorable members, democracy without economic transformation is hollow. Our parliament must fight inequality by championing policies that redistribute land, wealth, and opportunity. We need a democratic economy, not one rigged for elites. If we don't legislate for this, we are complicit in this denial. Furthermore, there's an urgent need to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries. One of the greatest obstacles to inclusive growth in the developing world, particularly across Africa, is the unsustainable burden of debt. This cripples the ability of governments to invest in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and other development needs. Building on important G20 initiatives from recent years, we need to work to advance sustainable solutions that tackle high structural deficits and liquidity challenges, and that extend meaningful debt relief and ensure sovereign credit ratings are fair and transparent. A critical part of this, honorable members, is addressing the high cost of capital facing developing economies, and we believe that the G20 has a collective power and responsibility to deal with this comprehensively. Unsustainable debt puts us in a vicious cycle of constant underdevelopment as we scramble to meet every need while servicing our debts. South Africa has advanced calls for global debt reform too. Honorable members, the climate crisis is not tomorrow's problem. It is today's injustice. The global north pollutes and the global south pays. But Parliament has power. Let us legislate for a just energy transition and protect our environment and refuse false solutions that sell our sovereignty for carbon credits. Let me emphasize that sustainability must be people-centered, Afrocentric, and poor. We need to take decisive action to strengthen global disaster resilience and response. We are seeing an alarming rise in climate-induced natural disasters with devastating consequences, especially for countries that simply cannot afford the massive costs of recovery and rebuilding. Through our interparliamentary forums like the P20, the Interparliamentary Union, and the Pan-African Parliament, we must push to elevate level. We must push to call on level calling on the entire global community, from international financial institutions and development banks to the private sector. As Africa, despite contributing far less carbon to the atmosphere than countries in the global north, we pay a higher price because we have fewer in financial and technical resources to respond effectively. Therefore, a central issue of the G20 agenda should be climate justice. Climate justice can be achieved by ensuring that the continent has financial resources for adaptation and energy transition. Honorable members, as we look ahead to the P20 and the remainder of South Africa's G20 presidency, as members of the House, we need to position ourselves not merely as lawmakers, but as global advocates for justice and sustainability. We also need to deepen our interparliamentary partnerships, especially with global South parliaments, to be able to amplify our collective voice. It is also important that every piece of legislation we pass, every oversight report we adopt, and every international engagement we undertake contributes to building a world that is more equal, more inclusive, and more sustainable in pursuit for a better Africa and a better world. Honorable members, to this end, we have been at the forefront of advocating for the reform of the UN Security Council, where Africa remains underrepresented. Our engagement in BRICS has been instrumental in reshaping the global economic landscape. As we advance these global priorities, we must also confront a dangerous undercurrent threatening democracies everywhere, the rise of misinformation. Across the world, we see how disinformation campaigns, often amplified through digital platforms, are often used to sow division, exploit social and economic frustrations, and weaken public trust in democratic institutions. Parliament has a critical role to play here, and we must champion robust digital literacy efforts.
Honorable member, just on the virtual platform, you are not muted. Please remain muted. Honorable member, please continue.
If we fail to address this issue and address this threat, we risk undermining the very democratic foundations upon which global solidarity and cooperation depends on. In closing, Honorable House Chair, South Africa's struggle for freedom was rooted in the ideals of justice, human dignity, and equality. These ideals now live in this House, where we have a duty to shape policies that uplift not only our people, but also contribute to a more just and sustainable world. Let us as a parliament stand united, ensuring that global solidarity we champion translates not only into policies and resolutions, but into a more just and equal world. Let this parliament not just mirror global inequality, let us challenge it. Let us as South Africa lead and not follow, and let us ensure that we are the generation of MPs to prove that democracy can still deliver. The ANC will not retreat from the global stage, and we will not apologize for fighting inequality. We will not, in good conscience, adopt a stance of inaction. We are here to create and recreate a better tomorrow for all. And as I conclude, as the ANC, we would like to take a moment to also further extend our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Honorable Ketamabala Sithole. May Jobe's soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Saleh.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Assalamu alaikum. From Al Jama, we extend our sincere condolences to the IFP caucus, the family, and friends of Honorable Sithole. May his rest in peace. Parliamentary diplomacy must be limited to welcoming world leaders and delegations from different countries without compromising South Africa's lawmaking process. We are proud to be amongst the leading world economies with aims to reach the goals set by the G20 nations, strengthening global collaboration and to ensure the practical implementation of international agreements in the G20 group member countries. But Al Jama calls on Parliament to exercise caution on international agreements which may undermine the basic human rights of our people. The South African public must rule and not that of international opinions, especially on bills to redress the imbalances of the past. Parliament must be vigilant and not allow the image of South Africa to be tarnished. Government has not done enough to debunk and deal with the recent ridiculous claims by Afrikaners that they are subjected to genocide and therefore qualify for refugee status. Al Jama calls on government to withdraw the passport of Afrikaners who immigrated and those planning to do so on the basis of the false claims of a genocide. We have a proud history of showing solidarity with the oppressed, dispossessed nations whose land is occupied by foreign entities, as in the case of Palestine, Kashmir, Western Sahara, and the Rif. Al Jama would like Parliament to further strengthen its global solidarity with oppressed nations by supporting and joining calls from international bodies to record Israel. We cannot talk about equality and sustainability while the vast majority of the population are living in abject poverty, unemployed and landless. It is clear that unemployment has several negative consequences such as poverty, crime, homelessness due to evictions, lack of attaining education and access to health facilities and other basic services. South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries in the world, largely due to the apartheid legacy, which created enormous disparities in income and wealth. Parliament must speed up the processing of bills which redress the imbalances of the past. The current social economic issues around education, healthcare, housing, unemployment, urgent interventions in order to reach the levels of equality and sustainability is much needed, and hopefully the P20 and the G20 can assist in redressing these inequalities. And I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Adams, are you participating in this debate?
We are covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The PAC? If not, Honorable Mahlatsi?
Thank you, Chairperson. Porto, Africa. From the brutal extractions of our mineral during colonialism to the economic subjugation of apartheid era, Africa's wealth has long been siphoned to enrich foreign powers while our people remain trapped in poverty. Even now, multinational corporations plunder our resources with little benefit to the local communities. An illicit financial flow estimated over 150 billion annually continue to bleed our economy dry. There is an embarrassing spectacle in the United States where political chaos and institutional instability once again exposed the hypocrisy of self-proclaimed guardians of democracy. Serve as a stark reminder that Global North is not in position to lecture the world on governance. Yet this same nation imposed punitive trade policies, suffocating debt condition, and finance failure of Africa while refusing to address their own systematic crisis. In this context, the P20 summit cannot be another platform for empty promises. It must become the battleground where African and global South legislators demand real structure change. South Africa upcoming G20 presidency must be used to assert our sovereignty, ensure that our minerals are not taken without fair compensation, and that unfair treaties are renegotiated, and that Africa speak with one voice international forum. We must strengthen South-South cooperation through the BRICS and the African Continental Free Trade Area to reduce the reliance on Western dominant financial systems that have consistently failed us. At the same time, we must confront the clearing double standards in the global finance, where IMF impose austerity on African nations while the US and Europe engage in unchecked quantitative easing to prop up their own economies. The time for passive diplomacy is over. Parliament must take bold action, audit colonial area debt, criminalizing illicit financial flows, and legislating local beneficiation to ensure that African resources finally serve African people. We must also forge united Pan-African front within the G20, leveraging platforms like BRICS to challenge dollar dominance and push for equitable trade and climate financing. The embarrassing political turmoil in the US last week underscored the fragility of the so-called rule-based order that has too long been weaponized against the global South. Africa must no longer accept the world where our resources are looted, our policies.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatful.
Nimambo.
Is good participating in this debate? If not, then I recognize the Honorable Nodada.
Dankie voorsitter. Can I just check if I'm being audible, Chair?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Slalo Malunga, Begegleyo, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. As the first African nation to host the G20, largely seen as the most prestigious intergovernmental forum, tasked with tackling global issues such as sustainable development, food security, inflation, and multilateral reform, South Africa's G20 presidency could prove to be one of many challenges, but also limitless possibility. We must capitalize on this opportunity to strengthen ties with people that not only share our democratic values, but also our commitment to economic growth and the sustainable development goals. It is imperative that we leverage these ties to ensure greater equality and sustainable development, which must not exclude the global South from a seat at the table. Chairperson, the time has arrived for us as Africans to translate agency into influence, ensuring that Africa is firmly at the table. The DA believes that a focus on equality through sustainable finance for development and sovereign debt reform and the harnessing of the blue and green economies that is all but guaranteed to fuel economic sector expansion, where jobs and business opportunity may be used to uplift thousands out of poverty. The DA is obsessed with alleviating poverty through economic growth and jobs. Therefore, when we look at our parliament's role in the P20 and the G20, it must be focused on making these bread and butter issues the center of our global discourse. Research has shown that every $1 million spent in the green economy, seven permanent jobs are created, while for every $1 million spent in the brown economy, only 3 permanent jobs are created. The P20 must introduce legislative frameworks to support green financing and green technology transfers. The P20 must be seen as the cornerstone of our G20 presidency, for it must be the vehicle through which decisions taken during South Africa's presidency of the G20 is debated, scrutinized, and ratified. Additionally, the P20 must be the means by which we pursue domestic reforms, such as improvements in the ease of doing business and aligning economic development in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in our quest for attracting investment and creating jobs. The Minister of Communication and Digital Technology is just but an example that has paved the way for a digitally secure future through the ease of doing business, even for the most rural and remote South Africans to access economic opportunity through the internet. It is also critical that P20 provide a platform for robust legislative diplomacy with the objective of building long-term consensus on increased global and regional trade. South Africa is the most developed and industrialized economy in the Southern African development community, and this competitive advantage must be leveraged to our economic advantage. The SADC market is also one where trade can be increased. Presently, Africa's biggest retailer, ShopRite, requires 1,600 documents per truck just to access neighboring SADC markets. To access Zambia, each delivery truck must possess between 100 to 300 import permits to distribute meat and milk. Legislative diplomacy undertaken via the P20 can reduce this dramatically, as a platform may be used to advocate for faster implementation of a one-stop border post across SADC, a bill currently championed under Minister Leon Schreiber to make sure that we open up our economy and create jobs. Furthermore, strengthening cooperation and exchange between democratic parliaments will not only boost our South African economy, but also those of our trade partners. India is now the fourth largest economy in the world and an emerging superpower, and Brazil is expanding its large-scale influence in South America. Indonesia, the largest Muslim democracy in the world and the biggest economy in the Southeast Asia, would be a valuable trade partner, and we must strengthen our bilateral relationships with them. Just today, we've seen the agricultural exports have increased by 10% due to the work done by Minister Steenhuisen to open up new markets in our quest for growing the economy and creating more jobs. These types of reforms must be supported and built upon. It is critical that the P20 also positions South Africa as a bridge builder between the global South and global North, thus adopting a capable and competent trade and political partner to nations of the developed and developing world. Our role in the Interparliamentary Union is also very important in contributing to conflict resolution, advancing democracy, human rights, and equality, particularly promoting women and youth participations in parliament to strengthen our democracies. The development of international norms and standards addressing shared challenges like poverty, unemployment, crime, and education. As parliament, we must take our role in South Africa's economy, in South Africa's economic sustainability and growth seriously by drafting legislation that is fair, just, and to the benefit of all South Africans, all colors, creeds, cultures, and communities. We must finally learn the biggest lesson from our terrible past. Harm to one is ultimately harm to all. Reasonable policies and legislation that fosters growth and development that will lift South Africans out of a state of being overly reliant on social assistance to one where the vast majority of our citizens have the dignity of a job that provides them with more than living hand to mouth, will elevate our state as an attractive trade partner, which will make bigger economies much more amenable to our policy positions on the blue and green economies, just energy transition, and global governance reforms. But we must realize just policies and legislation cannot be eaten. Parents struggling to provide food for their families do not care about government's view on sustainable development. Patients sleep on overcrowded, faulty floors in hospitals, do not care about international relations with trade partners. Skilled but jobless graduates don't care about intention. They care about service delivery, opportunity, jobs, safety, and the fact that for the past 30 years after democracy, their lives are not demonstrably better. What we must do is to practically change their lives for the better, for them to care. The people of rural Matatiele, where I am as I speak, want a better future for themselves and their children. And our commitment to debates like these must translate to a better life for them too. If we wish to be taken seriously, we must do this. South Africa must embrace every opportunity, throw our way to economic prosperity for all South Africans, while still favorably positioning ourselves globally. The post-democratic shine must have dimmed during the Zuma administration, but if we work together like we do in the GNU, we can make South Africa the doyen of the African continent. With the DA in national government, we will do everything in our power to leverage the P20 and the G20 and other international relations to grow the economy and create jobs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Condolences on the passing of Ujobe. Really, it's a big loss for all of us.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Mohela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me join other members by conveying my sincere condolences to the family of Honorable Stolle and the AFB community. Honorable members, we have convened today not merely as members of this August House, but as the guardians of a proud legacy of struggle that has been forged in the fires of resilience. This year, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we are reminded of the transformative of collective action and the enduring relevance of Charter's principles. The Freedom Charter, a living document, proclaimed in 1995 that the people shall govern and that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. They are not hollow slogans, they are the foundational values that have guided our journey from apartheid oppression to democratic governance and continue to shape our vision for a fairer global order. Honorable members, today's debate compels us to look beyond our borders and examine how parliamentary democracy can be harnessed to defend democracy itself, both at home and globally against rising threats. We must ask ourselves, how do we as South African parliamentarians defend democracy against the global headwinds of disinformation, inequality, climate injustice, and political instability? And how do we so while staying true to a values enshrined in the Freedom Charter? Honorable members, at this critical juncture, we are witnessing profound global transformation. These changes have been characterized by technological advances, the rise of the Global South, in particular, China and BRICS Plus alliance proudly, and there has been momentum gained globally around the advancement of sustainable development goals. All these developments, if harnessed strategically, awards us an opportunity to rebalance international relations and promote sustainable development to advance priorities of Global South in the world arena. On the other hand, the world is grappling with rising authoritarianism, escalating inequalities, and there has also been a spirit of global disinformation campaigns that have been potential to deepen mistrust in our democratic institutions. As a nation, we have to continue playing a critical role in global affairs through parliamentary diplomacy. We have a voice in multilateral platforms such as the United Nations, African Union, BRICS, and G20. We must continue to leverage our participation in these platforms to continue to advocate for fairer global governance, sustainable development, and human rights, and decisive tackle those disinformation campaigns. But we must be honest, the global landscape is not always favorable to these progressive goals. Multilateralism is under strain, with geopolitical rivalry sometimes overshadowing the needs of the global poor. This is where our parliament must remain firm. We must use our diplomatic voice to foster North-South cooperation on issues like technology, transfer, fair trade, and vaccine equality, while simultaneously strengthening South-South solidarity through bodies like African Continental Free Trade and the Non-Aligned Movement. Honorable members, the Freedom Charter's vision was not confined to the national stage. It resonated with a universal yearning for justice. The Charter declared, "There shall be house, security, and comfort, and there shall be peace and friendship." These aspirations align closely with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which seeks to eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, ensure gender equality, and combat climate change. As parliamentarians, our role is not just to pass laws, it is to hold the executive accountable in aligning our domestic policy efforts. These global commitments consider our land reform program. It is not just about correcting past injustice, it is about ensuring food security, sustainable livelihoods in line with SDG 2, zero hunger, and SDG 10, reduced inequalities. Our investment in social security are about modern poverty alleviations. They are about advancing SDG 1, which is non-poverty, and SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Furthermore, honorable members, our legislative oversight over climate action is essential. Parliament must ensure that Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries collaborates effectively with international partners to meet South Africa's national determined contribution in this year's under the Paris Agreement. Climate change is not an abstract threat. It affects the livelihoods of our rural communities, the stability of our water supply, and the resilience of our coastal cities. In addition, Parliament's oversight of education policies must ensure that we are preparing the next generation of South Africans, particularly our youth and our young women, for the digital economy, thereby contributing SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 5, gender equality. Our legislative work, therefore, must always be connected to the global frameworks we have signed into. This is the essence of democratic accountability in a globalized world. Our legislative work, therefore, must always be connected to the global frameworks we have signed onto. This is the essence of democratic accountability in a globalized world. Honorable members, to truly harness parliamentary democracy for global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, we must strengthen interparliamentary partnership. We must build alliances with progressive forces across the world, parliamentarians, civil society, academics, institutions, and grassroots movements who share our compliments to justice and human dignity. We should deepen cooperation on fair trade agreements, advocate collectively for debt relief measures, and push for reform of global institutions like the World Trade Organization and the International Monetary Fund to better serve the needs of our global South. We must also ensure that the National Assembly position itself as a champion, not only in law, but in practice, leading by example, reflecting the diversity of South Africa and modeling ethical leadership. This means strengthening the integrity of our own parliamentary processes, enhancing transparency, and engaging citizens more directly in the work of democracy. Honorable members, as we mark the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we are reminded that democracy is never static. It must be renewed, defended, and expanded in every generation. It must confront the new threats of our time, the digital manipulation of public opinion, the global climate crisis, the persistence of global poverty and inequality with the same courage and vision that built our liberation movement. Let us rise to the historic moment. Let us defend democracy against global threats, not in words alone, but in concrete action. Let us align our domestic efforts with global commitments, ensuring that no South African, no global citizen is left behind. Let us amplify voices of marginalized, both here and abroad, knowing that freedom is only possible when all of us were free. As I conclude, honorable members, as part of the rights of members of parliament, I also want to approach who always want to approach, because in this regard, we would like to offer our condolences to the economic freedom fighters for losing their case today in the High Court. And we also want to offer our condolences for the MK party for losing their SG today, and I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Order. That concludes the debate. Order, honorable members. I don't understand the excitement. Honorable members, the next item is motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you very much, our chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows what a heavy heart the passing of one of Africa's most celebrated and globally renowned literary and cultural figures, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, at the age of 87 in Atlanta, US on Wednesday, 28 May. We remember Ngugi as the towering giant of Kenyan letters, a novelist and a playwright whose sharp criticism of post-independence elites led to his jailing and 2 decades in exile. We acknowledge that he was a perennial contender for the Nobel Prize for the literature and one of few writers working in an indigenous African language. Furthermore, we acknowledge that Thiong'o's best known works included his debut novel Weep Not Child, which chronicled the Mau Mau people's struggle, and Devil on the Cross, which he wrote on the toilet paper while in prison. We believe that he made an indelible impact on how the Kenyans think about their independence, social justice, and the uses and abuse of political and economic power. We also understand that he was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 1995 and underwent triple heart bypass surgery in 2019. And we convey our heartfelt condolences to the family, academics, friends of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and the family of Presley Chwenagai. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Honorable House Chair, I hereby move without notice that this House notes the dire situation at Vosloorus Police Station, serving 214,000 residents with a high crime rate of 43 per 100,000, including 91 murders last year, and impact on public safety, particularly for women and girls vulnerable to GBV. Acknowledges the station's severe understaffing with only 165 police officers and 14 support staff, insufficient resources, including manpower and vehicles, which exacerbates the issue. Further acknowledges the absence of holding cells with detainees transported to Katlehong Police Station despite promises made in 2022 to construct cells. Condemns wasteful allocation of resources to initiatives like green wardens while facing critical shortages. Calls upon the Minister of Police to prioritize budget allocation for holding cells and resource shortages, reallocate resources to address staffing and equipment needs, and to ensure effective policing services to combat GBV and reduce crime. Finally, resolves to hold the Minister accountable for implementing these measures. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's an objection. The motion without notice will be converted to a motion of notice. The MK.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party and move without notice that this House knows with grave concern reports that Mulilo, a company recently awarded massive independent power producers contracts chaired by former ESCOM Chief Executive Operation Officer Jan Obelhotza, and that within months of his exit, the company which he left has now been owned by a European investment firm, has secured contracts with ESCOM. Further notes that these allegations are true. If these allegations are true, they raise serious flags about the integrity of IPP's procurement processes and confirm suspicions that ESCOM's collapse was engineered to benefit private interests at the expense of South African people. MKP condemns any unethical conduct or insider advantage that may have allowed former ESCOM executives or their associates to profit from the very crisis they helped create. Calls on Minister of Electricity and the Minister of Energy to immediately clarify the Mulilo contract award process and to table all supporting documentation in Parliament. Further calls for the full parliamentary inquiry into possible irregularities and conflict of interest and demands that the IPP contracting process be halted until the investigation is concluded, and resolves that Parliament must act urgently to defend South Africa's energy sector from exploitation and ensure accountability in the public procurement sector. Minister, make it make sense. It is time.
Honourable Member, your time is
this great
expired.
train of revolving door in ESCOM.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's objection.
The DA objects.
Motion without notice is not agreed to. The EFF.
Tibulele Sal. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the reopening of the inquest into the brutal abduction and murder of Matthew Goniwe, Sparrow Mkhonto, Fort Kalata, and Stelo Mhlauli, collectively known as the Craddock Four, at the hands of apartheid security operatives, including Eric Taylor, Geraldus Lords, Nicholas van Ransbeck, Harold Snyman, Johan van Zyl, Eugene de Kock, Jaap van Jaarsveld, and Hermanus du Plessis. Further notes that this inquest comes nearly 40 years after the tragic events of 27 June 1995 and follows decades of suffering by families who bore witness to the horrors of apartheid during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings. Acknowledges that reconciliation without justice is an empty gesture and that thousands of apartheid-era perpetrators walk free while victims and their families continue to endure unresolved trauma and injustice. Affirms that the collective trauma suffered by African people, including Black, Colored, and Indian communities, cannot be erased through symbolic gestures, but must be addressed through justice and material redress. Resolves that the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services be directed to engage with the Department of Justice and the National Prosecuting Authority and submit a report to this House by no later than October 2025 on the status of all apartheid cases referred for prosecution by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and to conduct public hearings with a view to formulating recommendations on repatriations for apartheid victims, including all Black people, Colours, and Indians. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that the House notes that University of Pretoria Faculty of Humanities recently awarded Mama Zanele Mbeki an honorary doctorate for her lifelong advocacy for an inclusive society and for championing the rights of women. Understand that she holds a degree in social work from Wits University and a diploma in social policy and administration from London School of Economics and Political Science, amongst other qualifications. Believes that Mama Mbeki worked to lift rural women out of poverty by founding the Women Development Bank and establishing a platform for women in South Africa and across the continent. Remembers that her commitment to development, advocating for justice, and contributing to a better world goes back long before she became First Lady of South Africa in 1999, starting during her many years of exile from South Africa in the apartheid era. Further remembers that a deep concern for the plight of those who are left behind, spends many years of work and include a contribution as a social worker in London, Zambia, in Pakistan, India, and in Kenya, in the fields of health and mental health as a social worker for refugees. And congratulates Mama Zanele Mbeki on her well-deserved honor. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The IFP.
No, motion, sir.
The PA.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Patriotic Alliance, I rise to move on a motion without notice on a matter of urgent public importance. That this House notes with profound sadness and outrage the tragic discovery of a 14-year-old girl, Likona Forse, found dead in Roodepoort, yet another heartbreaking case of violence against women and children in our country. Likona's body was found mutilated. That this House further notes that the scourge of gender-based violence continues to claim innocent lives, leaving families shattered and communities in fear. Therefore, this House extends its deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Likona and calls for justice to be swiftly served. Calls upon law enforcement agencies to prioritize this investigation and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. Urges the government to intensify efforts in combating gender-based violence through strengthening policy, community awareness, and victim support programs. Calls on all South Africans to unite against this epidemic and work towards a society where women and children can live without fear. Honorable Chair, we cannot remain silent while our children are being murdered. This House must take a stand. I so move. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The FF Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, I move without notice on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes that the senior South African and Protea cricket player Heinrich Klaasen has retired from all international cricket. Further notes that Klaasen represented South Africa in 60 ODI matches and 58 T20 internationals since making his debut in 2018, and that during a 7-year career for the Proteas, Klaasen showcased his ability as a reliable, big-hitting batter and played a key role with the gloves behind the stumps. Thank Klaasen for his exemplary service to the Proteas in South African cricket and wishes him all the best in his future endeavours. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair, House Chair. I, Lerato Mikate-Kongobeni, on behalf of Action SA, move without notice that the House acknowledges that despite the noble aims of our Constitution as a living document, key provisions have been misused to fuel South Africa's illegal immigration crisis, provisions that continue to enable the exploitation of our country's hospitality and limited resources. Further acknowledges that the Joint Constitutional Review Committee must now embark on its important work with the understanding that the Constitution's principled objectives must be preserved while prioritizing the protection of the rights of genuine residents and closing off interpretations that inadvertently enable abuse, whereby individuals who have entered the country illegally seek to exploit these provisions. recognizes that South Africans must be put first in their own country, and as contained in the proposed amendment submitted by Action SA, that our constitution must ensure that South African citizens are prioritized in their rights to healthcare, education, and housing. Further recognizes that our constitution must acknowledge South Africa's limited capacity to bear the socio-economic burden of illegal immigration and strike a practical balance between primarily protecting the rights and well-being of South Africans and upholding humanitarian principles. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's an objection. It will be converted to a motion of notice. The motion is not agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House note that Simpiwe Mnisi was crowned Mr. Team Heritage International in Atipolo City in the Philippines on Monday, May 19th, 2025. Acknowledges that the 18-year-old Mpumalanga model represented SA and competed amongst 10 countries in the male teenage category, ages 14 to 17 years. Recalls that Mrs. Advocacy mission statement blew the judges away, as he also walked away with 6 outstanding special awards across multiple categories. Recognizes that the main goal of the competition was to help young men preserve their heritage and let them know that they matter. Further remembers that the competition also aimed to eliminate gender-based violence and build emotionally available men. And we congratulate Mr. Simpiwe Mnisi for winning the international award and commend him for representing the country. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I move without notice that this House congratulates and honors Mr. James Patrick Smith in some special way after he celebrated his 100th birthday this year. Notes that Mr. Smith, who resides in Kimberley in the Northern Cape, was born on the 21st of May, 1925, and was blessed with 6 children, 2 of whom have passed on. Further notes that he has 14 grandchildren, 21 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. Wishes Mr. Smith well in all the years ahead of him. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Good afternoon, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the SAPS's latest stats show Cape Flat stations like Mitchell's Plain, Manenberg, Delft, and Yanga remain among the most violent in the country, with thousands of murders, attempted murders, and illegal firearm cases in just 3 months. Further notes that gang-related gun crime in these areas is fueled by slow investigations and serious backlogs in ballistic testing. Acknowledges that the City of Cape Town's Metro Police have strong enforcement capacity but lack legal powers to investigate or test firearms, powers that could significantly boost convictions and disrupt gangs. Resolves to call on the Minister of Police to devolve policing powers, especially for investigations and forensics, to competent metros like Cape Town, starting with a pilot in the Cape Flats. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's an objection. The motion is not agreed to. MK.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with alarm the Auditor General's 2025 report exposing the total collapse in municipality governance. With only 15% municipalities receiving clean audits and over 1.6 billion lost through irregular expenditure, recognizes that this mismanagement has left millions of South Africans in a humanitarian crisis without reliable access to water, electricity, sanitation, and waste removal services. Acknowledges that the continued failure of local government violates Section 152 of the Constitution, which obligates municipalities to ensure sustainable service delivery. democratic governance, and community participation. Proposes the urgent establishment of municipal government expert unity, made up retired professionals, engineers, town planners, accountants, and other specialists with a proven track record in public service, intervene in dysfunctional municipalities, calls on the Minister of Culture to invoke Section 139 of the Constitution to place severely collapsed municipalities under national administration, dissolve them where appropriate, and calls for fresh local government election in public interest. Further calls for Parliament to monitor and oversee the implementation of this intervention to ensure transparency, independence, and accountability. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I thought the member from MK was objecting against his own member. It would have been very unique. The EFF.
House Chair, I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that this House notes the tragic 11 April bus accident in Monshiba village, Mai King, injuring learners due to a failure of vehicles' brakes. Recognizes that the 48 learners aged 14 to 18 were victims of systemic failures in the Northwest Scholar transport system. Acknowledges the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management's failure to provide safe, reliable transport, leading to learner dropouts due to unpaid operators and poor services. Expresses concern over widespread corruption in scholar transport contracts as exposed by the SIU with no accountability for implicated officials. Urges parents, school governing bodies, and civil society to demand transparency, accountability, and urgent reform in learner transport services. Resolves that the portfolio committees on basic education and transport conduct a joint oversight visit to the Northwest Province, engage communities, and table a report with recommendations. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. The UDM notes with grave concern that despite critical shortages of medical personnel in South Africa's public healthcare sector, hundreds of fully qualified community service completed doctors remain unemployed due to unfunded posts and treasury budget ceilings. Further notes that in the financial year 2025-26, it is projected that only 800 out of 1,800 unemployed doctors will be absorbed into the public service, leaving about 1,000 trained health practitioners unable to serve South Africa, which exacerbates overcrowding at hospitals and clinics around the country, particularly in rural and underserviced areas. Further notes that the failure not only wastes resources as the state makes substantial investment in medical training, but also affects our people's constitutional right to access to basic health care. Expresses solidarity and sympathy with the unemployed doctors, many of whom face mental, emotional, and financial distress while remaining committed to serving their communities. Calls on the Minister of Health in collaboration with the Minister of Finance and relevant provincial departments to urgently develop and implement an action plan to absorb all qualified community service completed doctors into the public healthcare system. I so move. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objection? No objection, agreed to. The ANC.
Honorable Chair, the ANC moves without notice that the House welcomes the sentence given to Jacques Porter Apollis, Stefano van Rijn, and Kelly Smith by Judge Nathan Erasmus on Thursday, 29 May. And this was for kidnapping and trafficking Jocelyn Smith, who the pair was given 10 years in prison and the life imprisonment, respectively. Further notes, the sentence are going to run concurrently, acknowledges that all three would have their names added to the Child Protection Register recalls that the whereabouts of the child, who was 6 years old when she was missing on the 19th of February 2024, remains unknown. Believes that this sentence will send a clear message to all child traffickers not to treat children like commodities and sell them off as they please, and commends the judge for ensuring that the culprits are held accountable for their actions. I so moved.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Rise, Mzansi.
On behalf of Rise Mzansi, I rise for this house to congratulate Ms. Nadine Smith, a robotics and coding teacher at Art Tech in Boksburg, who was recently awarded the 2025 Edge in Tech Athena Award for Early Career Leadership from the Center of Information Technology Research in the Interest of Society and the Banatao Institute at the University of California. Recalls that the Edge in Tech Athena Award celebrates individuals across the world who embody, encourage, and promote the inclusion of women and persons of color in technology, and who, through their leadership, inspire others to pursue careers in science and technology. Recognizes that Smith's commitment to making science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education inclusive and engaging for all learners. Honors Smith for showcasing Africa's potential by being the only awardee from Africa. And finally, affirms the need to prioritize and strengthen STEM education in South Africa in order to future-proof learners and equip them with the necessary skills to lead South Africa's economic development. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objection agreed to. Bosa.
I move without notice on behalf of Build One South Africa that the House notes with concern the ongoing housing crisis that affects millions of South Africans, particularly in informal settlements. Further notes the recent reports of forced evictions and the destruction of informal structures in several municipalities, often without the provision of alternative accommodation. That the House recognizes that access to adequate housing is a constitutional right, that evictions where necessary must be conducted lawfully, humanely, and with due regard for dignity and social justice. That the House commends the efforts of civil society and community-based organizations that continue to advocate for housing rights and provide legal support to affected families. And that the House calls for a comprehensive intergovernmental response to urban housing backlogs, including emergency housing provision, land release programs, and fast tracking of title deeds and informal settlement upgrading. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. ATM. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that World Food Safety Day is observed globally on 7 June, believes that the safety of our food depends upon the application of good practices and good communication along the food chain from production of consumption, understands that the theme of World Food Safety Day draws attention to the use of scientific knowledge as key reducing illness, cutting costs, and saving lives. Remembers that food safety is a collective right and responsibility. Everyone needs to play their part, and encourages all to practice safe handling using evidence-based practices at home to keep food safe and reduce the risk of foodborne illnesses. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objection agreed to. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Al-Jama moves without notice that the House notes with concern the public display of the Zionist Israeli entity's flag at public spaces. Further notes that the flag represents a regime whose laws are entrenched in apartheid policies. Recognizes that this regime practices apartheid against the indigenous population, the Palestinians. Further recognizes that the Supreme Court of Appeal has unanimously ruled that any gratuitous public display of the old South African flag constitute hate speech, unfair discrimination on basis of race, and harassment in terms of equality legislation. Agrees that the Zionist Israeli flag represents the same oppressive system we as South Africans and justice-loving people throughout the world fought against. Further agrees that there is no place in South Africa for any flags, emblems, or memorabilia which promote apartheid activities. Calls on the House to take further steps to ban the Israeli flag. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
I stand with Palestine, but as a
There's
Christian, I can
honourable
never
members.
allow.
No,
our
honourable member, I have not
flag to be
recognized
banned.
you. Honourable member, I have not recognized you. I simply ask if there's objection. I've recognized the objections and the motion is not agreed to. That settles it. The DA?
All of the beneficiary of Israel.
Order, honourable member.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the urgent attention must be drawn to the Auditor General's 2023-24 Municipal Finance Management Act General Report, which once again lays bare the utter failure of consequence management in local government. Further notes that the report reveals that 132 municipalities, more than half, did not comply with legislation on consequence management. Officials face little to no accountability for financial misconduct, fraud, or waste. This culture of impunity directly undermines service delivery, leaving communities without clean water, proper sanitation, or functioning infrastructure. Yet, in contrast, the DA-governed municipalities stand out as beacons of good governance. Of the 25 municipalities that have sustained clean audits since 2020-21, 21 of those are DA run. The Auditor General credits these successes to sound financial controls, ethical leadership, and a culture of accountability. Acknowledges that where the DA governs, clean governance follows, and the result speaks for itself. Resolves to urge all spheres of government to implement the Auditor General's call to action. Professionalize local government, prioritize ethics, and most importantly, enforce real consequences for wrongdoing. The DA remains committed to building capable, ethical, and service-oriented municipalities across South Africa. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's
Action as
objections. The motion is
Al
not agreed
Jama
to.
objects.
The NCC objects.
Action SA objects.
We've moved on beyond that. You are a bit late now. The objections have been noted. The NCC.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the NCC wishes to extend its condolences to the IFP for losing the Deputy Chief Whip. He was known to us as a gentle giant. May his soul rest in peace. Chair, the National Coloured Congress rises on motion without notice to ask that this House recognize the contribution made to our freedom by the late General Andre Lincoln. Like many coloured youth, he was prepared to sacrifice all for the ideals of freedom and equality. We call on the Minister and the Department of Police to assist his family with his pension and every honour denied to him. Many don't know, to this day, the late General still has not had his pension paid by the country and the police force he gave his life to. You know, we trusted General Lincoln to guard Nelson Mandela. I think this House can agree that he did a great job. We trusted General Lincoln to fight the gangsters on the Cape Flats, and trust me, they feared him. And the only party to recognize this man today is the NCC. If General Andre Lincoln had been anything but colored, he would have suffered. He wouldn't have suffered the way he did. This House should be ashamed. Thank you. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The ANC.
House Chair, the African National Congress moves without notice that their House notes with sadness the passing of Mangoba Ntombele, the founder of the music group Woza Africa, on Friday, 16 May 2025. Acknowledges that he was shot multiple times while sitting in his car after closing his Pfizer home in Ratanda, Heidelberg, Gauteng. Remembers that the 62-year-old was a former school teacher and owned spaza shop and minibus taxis in the area. Further remembers that Ntombela with his group Waza Africa mesmerized music lovers in the country with the hit song Istokfela fame and was involved in the Mazibuye Kasi spaza shops. Calls upon the police to do their best to apprehend the killers and conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Mangoba Ntombela. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The PAC, the UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the United African Transformation to extend our heartfelt condolences to the family of one of South Africa's most esteemed daughters, Comrade Gertrude Shope. Legacy as a trade unionist, stalwart in African politics, and tireless fighter for justice will remain etched in the heart of our nation's collective memory. May her revolutionary spirit live on in all of us who remain committed to build a truly free, united, and dignified South Africa. We stand in solidarity with the family during this time of grief and honor the memory of a remarkable freedom fighter and a mother of the nation. As UAT we say, Aluda continua. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. I'm informed that the similar motion was also moved last week in a sitting, and your motion will just be noted from the UAT. Thank you. Good. MK?
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with alarm the ongoing collapse of basic education in South Africa, marked by crumbling infrastructure, overcrowded classroom, and dangerous learning conditions. Recognize that the persistent shortage of textbook and teaching materials, along with rampant corruption and mismanagement in the Department of Basic Education, continues a gross violation of learners' conditional rights. Condemns the continued negligence and lack of accountability that rob Black, rural, and working class children of their future. Calls for an immediate forensic audit of education spending from 2018 to 2024. Consequence management, including the dismissal of senior officials and ministers who have failed in their duties. And the suspension of luxury government spending until every school in the country meets the legal minimum standard. MKP in this House declares, ngeke sisakwazi ukubekezelela labadayisi bedayisa ngezwe lethu, and isikhathi manje se-action and accountability. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There's an objection. The motion is not agreed to. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with grave concern the ongoing brutality of farm attacks across South Africa, acknowledges that these attacks are unique in four critical ways. The first one, that they are disproportionately violent, often involving torture and extreme cruelty. Second, they occur in remote rural areas where police response is slow and support is scarce. Third, they target food producers, placing national food security and rural livelihoods at risk. Fourth, disturbingly, some politicians from radical parties have openly sung about the romanticized killing of them, while certain supporters celebrate these attacks on social media with impunity. We therefore call on the Minister to reclassify farm attacks as a priority, dedicated investigative and intelligence capacity in rural areas. And as the Democratic Alliance, we reaffirm that the safety of farmers, farm workers, and rural communities is essential to South Africa's stability and future. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? It's an objection. The motion is
EFF
not agreed to.
rejects. Al-Jama objects.
The ANC?
Muzulash Juro, the ANC moves without notice that the House knows that Mpumelelo Chaka, a proud resident of Duncan Village, has transformed her family home into a vibrant heritage museum. dedicated to preserving the township rich cultural and historical legacy. Acknowledges that Chaka, who has been nominated for 2025 Daily Dispatch Local Heroes Awards, is the co-founder of the Duncan Village Heritage Museum, working alongside Lihle Nyikana, a creative director responsible for museum growing collection of visual art. Recalls that museum serves as a historical archive, an education center, and a creative space. Remembers that her passion for the project stems from a deep connection of her childhood inspired by the Duncan village upbringing. Understand that her mission is to restore reputation and dignity of her community. Mudzula Shiduro, the house commends Nompumelelo Chaka on her journey and sacrifice for the community of Duncan village. So I move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to, and that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion? The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of African National Congress that the House in its next sitting must debate the child pregnancy as a major concern in South Africa, impacting negatively on the lives of young girls at school environment and society in general. Thank you, House Chair.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the importance of developing and promoting agritourism as a catalyst for sustainable development, job creation, skills development, and economic empowerment, recognizing its potential to drive economic growth, diversify rural economies, and showcase our nation's agricultural heritage. I so move.
MK.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby give notice on behalf of MK that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that this House notes the Auditor General's reports and media exposés revealing that more than 93 million has been spent on maintaining ministerial homes, including frivolous upgrades and wasteful contracts. Recognizes that these expenditures were incurred while millions of South Africans live without basic housing, sanitation, electricity, and water. Resolves to establish a multi-party parliamentary inquiry into all ministerial perks, upgrades, and staff appointments over the past 5 years, and further calls for the suspension of all luxury spending for executive office bearers until all indigent communities have access to water, housing, electricity, and jobs. I so move.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House on its next sitting debate the scourge of women abuses and the unprecedented instances of femicide which continue to rob South African women of their lives. I so move. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate asserts in gang violence on the Cape Flats. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the culture of impunity and its role in fueling violent crime in South Africa. Thank you.
The PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Please allow me to express our condolences to the family of Honorable Sithole, the Deputy Chief Whip of the IFP. Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the PA, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day, I shall move that the House take note and debate the escalating crisis of gender-based violence in South Africa, exemplified by the tragic murder of 16-year-old Chanel Plaatjes, whose body was found in a shallow grave in Paarl. Recognize that GBV remains a pervasive human rights violation, disproportionately affecting women, children, and vulnerable groups despite existing legal frameworks. Acknowledges the urgent need to strengthen intervention by government and law enforcement authorities to prevent, investigate, and prosecute GBV cases effectively. We hereby call upon the relevant ministers including police, justice, social development, and women, youth, and persons with disabilities, to expedite the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBV and femicide.
Because
Ensure swift justice for victims through dedicated courts and harsher sentencing. I conclude by saying,
Honorable Member, your time is now expired.
thank you so much.
The FF Plus,
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move on behalf of the FF Plus that this House debates the high rate of youth unemployment that is exacerbated by the failure of government institutions such as the South African Sector Education and Training Authority to deliver on their various mandates. I so move.
Action SA.
I, Alan Beasley, on behalf of Action SA, move that the House debates at its next sitting the shocking prevalence of corruption, incompetence, and waste at the Road Accident Fund. With an annual revenue of 50 billion, the RAF is meant to compensate individuals injured in road accidents. Instead, it has become a car crash. South Africans are now expected to pay for the incompetence of RAF through an increased fuel levy, which is unacceptable. There is only one path to restoring RAF's credibility: the dismissal of the entire board and its CEO, and its replacement with competent, accountable leadership. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the role needed for South Africa to generate and accumulate its own intellectual property necessary for development of technology and growth of various industries. I move.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I will move on behalf of the ACDP at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the strategic importance of the Cape Sea Route and the Simonstown Naval Base and the need to protect both the Cape Sea Route and the Naval Base, given that over the past few years, the sea route around the Cape has seen its importance skyrocket due to the conflict in Yemen, resulting in ships being diverted away from the Red Sea, as well as its importance in the geopolitical struggle to control the Indo-Pacific region, which is an economic powerhouse with crucial trade routes and increasingly complex global supply chains. I thank you.
The DA.
Thanks, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the DA that at its next sitting, this House debates the devastating abuse and inhumane treatment of the residents of Lepelle Nkumbi municipality who have lost all their life savings following an illegal demolition of their newly built houses. The Tlou Machidi Traditional Authority issued permission to occupy certificates to prospective residents dating back to 2015 to build their own houses at Voorspoort in Leboago. But then in 2020, without notice, the municipality, in what appears to be a targeted demolition, went on a rampage and destroyed a few houses and left majority of the same houses in the same area. The Limpopo legislature has subsequently made an investigation and concluded that the municipality was in the wrong and that the municipality must compensate these residents. Yet, the municipality has not yet done so and is shamelessly defiant. I so move.
MK.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I hereby give on behalf of the MK party that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that the House notes the latest official crime statistics released by the Minister of Police, which reveals that of more than 5,000 murders recorded in the reporting period, only one involved a white person associated with a farm, while a vast majority of victims were Black South Africans, including Black farmers. Further note that this data exposes the falsehood of the narrative around the so-called white genocide and confirms that the real victims of violent crime are the Black, poor, and working class. Recognizes that this misinformation around crime statistics is being used to incite racial fear and distract from the state's failure to protect the majority. Therefore, calls for an urgent debate in this House to confront these realities and refocus our national crime fighting agenda on the communities most affected by violence and neglect. I so move.
The EFF.
Chairperson,
The EFF. Order, honorable members. The EFF. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable member.
Ngibonge Chair, ngithi ngokulandelayo le ndlela eyikhulume usizi olubhekene nabantu laba bama-meter tax abathutha koma-airport abantu mabefika ama-tourism njalo njalo. Laba bantu bayahlukunyezwa akuvumelekile ukuthi bathathe abantu kanti bona abasebenzi iyona ndlela abazithuthukisa ngayo ukuze babeke isinkwa etafumeleni. Ngithumela nakumyalezo lo waka-transport minister ukuthi akangenelele abakwazi ukuxoshwa laba bantu abathutha abantu ngoba nabo bayingxenye ikakhulukazi lento yenzeka lapha eKing Shaka. Otherwise kuzofanele kushintsheke nalela gama lokuthi King Shaka abone uzokwenza njalo abantu bakithi baxoshwa kabuhlungu. Ngikhuluma ngo-driver bama-meter tax. Ngiyacela ukuthi le ndikhulume le ndaba nabo bayizakhamuzi zala eSouth Africa. Ngiyacela babhekelelwe ukuze bangabambi inkunzi bakwazi nabo ukuqhubeka.
Member, your time has now expired.
Isebenzisa imoto
The UDM.
bayayikhokhela ngiyabonga.
The UDM. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate role integrating environmental policy in all sectors and decision-making to position the force work as an important stakeholder in matters of environment. Thank you, House Chair.
Rise Mzansi.
Thank you very much. I move on behalf of Rise Mzansi that at our next sitting, this House debate the need to urgently revive and strengthen Transnet in order for it to drive the much needed economic growth and development in South Africa. I so move.
Pausa.
Thank you, Chair. I give notice that at the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of Build One South Africa that in light of the ongoing and escalating crisis of gender-based violence in this country where women and children live in perpetual fear, that the House debates the policy and legal implications of the decision to make the National Register for Sex Offenders public and as a mechanism of addressing GBV, the effectiveness and accuracy and safeguards of the register in preventing new and repeat sexual offenders, and the mechanisms and criteria by which the list will be made public. I so move.
The ATM. The ANC.
House Chair.
Yes, Honorable Kwankwa.
Apologies. House Chair, I would like to move my notice of motion. Sorry.
I'll come back
Thank
to
you.
you. I did
Thank you.
recognize the UDM and there was no one on the virtual platform. I'll come back to you. The ANC.
No ke a leboga mmuso a kgotla ke tshimolle pele ka go fetisa mantswe a rona a matshediso le kgothatso go ba lelapa la ga tshwene ya gae re tshidisegang ka moya wa ga Presley tshwene ya gae robale ka kgotso Kobrizi wale easy out here na massive. Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the role of intensifying the national transformation program, focusing on colleges and universities, including the transformation of medical specialist training. Thank you very much.
Al-Jama.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Al-Jama moves that the House at next sitting debates and finds solutions to the increasing unemployment rate, which is a major contributor to poverty, crime, and social unrest, and recognize that the impact of unemployment goes across all age groups. I so move.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. Shall move at the next sitting that the House debates the need to transform the Pan-African Parliament into a body with real legislative power and oversight over the member states on the African continent. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates measures towards closing our country's digital divide, affecting rural communities in particular, and efforts to improve government IT services for better efficiency. I so move.
The NCC. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate role reviewing nursing education and training to meet the needs of the country. I so move.
PAC, UAT,
No motion from UAT.
Wood, MK.
On behalf of the MK Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that the House notes that 30 years into democracy, we are still welcomed at the gates of Parliament by Jan Smuts, and we still bow before a colonial mace, a symbol of British conquest carried before the Speaker as if we are still under imperial rule. Further notes that we still have Eurocentric architecture, rituals, and rules that do not reflect the identity of the African majority in this country, recognizes that this Parliament cannot claim to be of the people while it continues to celebrate the imagery of our oppressors. Therefore calls for a full debate on the urgent transformation of Parliament into an Afrocentric institution, symbolically, procedurally, and culturally, to reclaim our space and finish the work of liberation. I so move.
The DA.
On behalf of the Democratic
Order,
Alliance,
honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please continue.
behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move a notice of motion that this House in its next sitting debates the poor condition of the one military hospital, its failure to provide adequate medical services to military personnel, military veterans, and their dependents, and the cost of outsourcing this service. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the need for a more inclusive, equitable, and just system of global governance. Thank you.
Honorable members, that brings us to the end of notice of motion. Order, honorable members. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.